So you have to learn how to feel instead of think. Or you have to change the priority that you're giving to thinking and give that to feeling. Because meditation is not a way of thinking. Meditation isn't about thinking at all. So thinking can be happening, but if you're meditating, your mind isn't focused or involved with, and it's not believing in thinking. We talk about how to meditate in a way of not trying to get somewhere else. So even to meditate is kind of ironic. It's kind of moronic to try and meditate. Because meditation is really non-trying, just feeling. You don't need to try to feel hot or cold. You don't need to try to feel good or bad. You already feel that way. So not trying, just feeling. Not trying to get somewhere. So those thoughts are taking place. Those thoughts are going on and on. But you kind of have to find a technique or a technology to invalidate or irrelative escalate the thinking process. Because that belief in the thinking process is actually this belief in a broader scheme of time and story, of self, of someone who's really here, right? This person's really here, that person's really there, all of those people are really there. Even if we can't see them, even if we can't hear them, they're really there. So this very strong belief that we have in all those things that aren't really there, that's what meditation fixes. That's what meditation resolves. But it doesn't resolve it by trying to get to another experience. It resolves it by allowing the experiencing to just be the way that it is, and to remove yourself out of the picture. This story, this idea, this belief of the self that, because it's almost like the coal of the self, moving that self train, is the thoughts, the continuous stream of thoughts. So anyways, I don't have it all figured out. But I will never have it all figured out. Just like you will never have it all figured out. Nobody has it all figured out. The sky has everything figured out. But of course, the sky isn't even a thing that could have something else. So dropping the whole view and the idea of getting something to be figured out. Dropping the whole idea of there being something to be understood. So I really wouldn't consider it meditation. I think if you do it like that, you're spitting in the face of it. You're devaluing this when you call it meditation, when you make it into a practice. Don't make it into something that's understood or can be understood, or that we're in the process of understanding. Let it be misunderstood. Let it be not understood at all. Get out from under words. That's the first step. To change your standing, you have to get out from under words. It's a tetralemma. It's a diagram. It's a map. But of course, thinking that we can map out space is just our kind of little game that we play. The observable universe. They know about as much of the universe as they know about my asshole. So I'm not saying that we can't do these different things. Take care of our lives and volunteer and understand how speakers work and things like that. It's good. But being free from suffering isn't about things. It's not about ourselves. It's not about Buddhism. It's not about meditation. It's not about being a good person. It's not about being a bad person. Just like space isn't about what we think about it. You know, like space, like the galaxy. Your own mind, my own mind, is not what I think about it or what is thought about it. The brain, the mind, is unmappable, undefinable, unidentifiable. Oh, you have the brain of a black man. You have the brain of a stupid person. You have the brain of the intelligent person. Well, let's take it out and have a look. They say brains are pretty tasty. Anybody want to volunteer? It's not on your terms. It's not on my terms either. It's not on anybody's terms. This isn't Friends. This isn't Sex and the City. This isn't some dumb fucking show. This is it. This is a happy moment. This is it. This is a wonderful moment. This is it. I have arrived at this moment, and the only moment is now. And that's all I'm here to share and tell with people. If you can remember, if you can recognize, if you can realize this awareness of this truth is awareness that this is only here and now. And what this is indescribable and unfathomable and uncomprehendable and unlabelable and ununderstandable. If we focus in on one thing, we miss out on all the other things. So actually, don't try to focus on one thing here. You can't focus on one thing. Try, if you don't believe me. Try to focus on just one thing. Because let's say, for example, that you tried to focus on the breath. The breath is always changing. Say, for example, you tried to focus on a single thought. Maybe you will keep your eyes open and stare at the wall. But eventually you have to blink. Now consider, if you're going to practice anything, don't practice meditation, practice non-grasping. Who in the fuck said that it's a good idea to force people to focus on things they're not interested in? It made your brain broke. The government done broke your brain. Elementary school, middle school, and high school done broke-a-did your brain da-da-da. And so now there's a lot of confusion about the mind, about how the mind works. Because, I don't know, you were forced under threat to memorize a bunch of bullshit and focus on a bunch of bullshit that didn't have anything to do with you or your life or what you were interested in. I remember one time in high school, they gave me some pamphlet because you had to pick a career path. But I let go of that thought of high school and picking a career path and trying to teach something about that. So today, everybody, we're going to be watching my interview with Kai Cenat that I did. back when I was a monk. Has everybody here seen that interview or not? Has everybody here watched that interview or seen it or not seen it? I'm in Vietnam right now.
Okay.
So, like, I'm a Buddhist monk, and one of my students, my followers, they're like a hotel owner in Vietnam. So, they invited me to come here and teach and visit different temples and do stuff like that.
Okay. Cause I heard you earlier today. You feel what I'm saying? I just wanted to see what you were about. You feel what I'm saying? I've never. Let me go ahead and say this real quick. I've never spoken to a monk before. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've never spoken to one. So I wanna, I just wanna be, and I'm not really educated on.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll tell you a little bit what I'm about.
Okay.
And a lot of it is that, I'm about what is the process for young people, for people in general, to go from a goofy to an OG. Because point blank period, right, there's going to be a lot less and less and less OGs over time, right? Kids are more privileged, they're watching more funny content, they're not being in contact with role models. They're distracting themselves all the time. So you got a lot of kids who are just, they're going to stay at a goofy for their whole life. A lot of people.
Wait. Because
And that's where I was at.
wait, hold on.
That's where, yeah.
They become goofy because they watch content.
No, it's just about, why did someone become a goofy? Because they didn't have good role models in their life. They didn't have a certain degree of adversity. They didn't have somebody who can set them up and show them the right values. And so, like, in the modern world, right, everyone's distracting themselves all the time. Their parents are distracting themselves all the time on their phones or whatever. So they're not getting that face-to-face contact with people who have, like, a lot of experience, people who are grown.
Yeah.
And so, that's what I went through when I was growing up. So I was a goofy. And through getting into meditation, I was doing people dirty.
Hey, look,
I was doing people dirty.
I like how you could cause I ain't gonna lie, bro, you feel me? Everybody, I got some viewers in my chat. Not everybody,
Yeah, I believe it.
I'm streaming right now. But I got some viewers in my chat. There's a whole bunch of fucking goofies in this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like real, bro. There's a lot of goofies in here. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, bro, it's not everybody in here, but there's a lot of goofies in here. You heard? You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, I understand where you're coming from, my brother. You feel what I'm saying? I understand where you're coming from. And I like how you were able to go back in time, not go back in time, but you was able to realize that you were a goofy too,
Yeah, for sure.
But continue what you were saying.
Yeah, so, the biggest thing from my past that I experienced was that I didn't know how to deal with or how to grow in my life. And I didn't know how to take myself from a goofy and a person who was doing people dirty. I was being goofy to myself and I was being goofy to other people. That means unskillful. And I was also doing dirty to myself and I was doing dirty to other people. Unskillful actions that cause more suffering to myself and other people. Of course, I was trying to get away from suffering. I didn't want to suffer. I wanted to be happy. But the kind of stuff that I was doing was just making the same cycle go over and over again. So the big thing that switched for me or clicked for me was being good, doing good. If you're good, you're going to feel good.
Yeah.
If you can emphasize to be good, to be generous, to be, one of those guys who's helping people out, one of those people who's helping other people out, you're going to start learning how to help yourself out.
Yeah.
And so that first step of going from a goofy to an OG is learning how to be good, how to do good, how to prioritize goodness in your life.
So
Generosity.
So let me describe myself to you a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm a YouTuber, slash streamer, um, and on my normal day, well, recently on my normal days, I've been sleeping. I've been waking up at like 4 p.m. and really late in the day. I only eat like once a day. I stream every single day. I live, breathe, eat, and sleep YouTube. It's all I watch. So would you say I'm a
Yeah.
goofy?
No, no, you've got to be generous, right? You got to find those avenues. And I think you do that. You're a role model to a lot of people. And one of the big things that people like Speed, for example, should take on, and people like Gideon and people like you. I'm not super involved in the streaming community, but these are some of the people who, at least their communities, have put me on.
Yeah.
Gideon's community, Speed's community, they really treated me like family, and they put me on. So it's like you
I
got a
don't
big
like.
responsibility.
My fault to interrupt you again, but I don't
Yeah.
like people in the chat. I seen them. I seen they keep saying. They keep saying like airbender and stuff. Do you take that to offense?
Yeah, that's all right. No, it doesn't offend me because, like Aang, One Punch Man. I mean, these are the OGs. These are the big guys in the game, right? I mean, it's telling somebody that they're Aang is like putting them on as big a picture as you can.
Well, shit, can I call you A?
So,
Can I call you A?
well, it'd be better to call me Monk. It
Monk.
would probably be the sweetest
Monk.
thing. Or Bante is what people usually call me, but
Yeah.
Monk is all right. But that kind of stuff doesn't get me up in my feelings because what do I know?
'Cause
I
ain't
know
gonna lie,
that I'm here
yeah.
to help.
Yeah, I have.
I'm here to be good.
I have a lot.
That's it.
I have a lot of respect. I thought you would take something like that to offense, but when I do see that, it was exactly what you said. Like, bro, I respect. Avatar.
Aang, come on.
Aang,
You got a
bro.
real life
The
Aang.
the
Yeah,
last
geez Louise.
Airbender.
It's an
like,
airbender.
bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, right?
You
One
feel
Punch
me?
Man.
Yeah.
Doesn't get bigger than that.
Yeah, that's my favorite anime, bro. One Punch Man, my favorite anime
Yeah.
ever, bro.
Sure.
It don't get. What do you mean by sure? What do you mean sure?
Yeah. But the kind of Buddhist monk, the kind of monk that you imagine, right? Like in popular culture or whatever, I'm that Buddhist monk. I'm that guy. So a lot of people have like vague general ideas about what a monk is or what Buddhism is, but like I'm a real Buddhist monk. So I live at the temple, I live at the monastery, I live in Thailand, I live in Myanmar, I live in Laos. I'm living in Vietnam right now. All those kinds of activities that monks do. I mean, that's how I live my life.
Yeah.
And I started that in 2018.
Hey, do you mind telling me were you drinking? I seen like you had a little cup. What time is it over
No,
there
this
right
is like usually. So this is about 10 a.m. and usually every day my supporter is like my student and the hotel owner here. They usually offer me like a smoothie. So this is like an avocado banana smoothie, something like that.
now? Yeah.
And they usually hook me up with one of those every day. So just a smoothie.
What's that right there?
I think the big thing.
What's that you just drank?
This is a coffee. This is a coffee that I make myself. I grind my own beans and I like to prepare that.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
So I've got a hand grinder. For really good coffee, you have to buy coffee beans from a roaster, a coffee roaster, and then you grind them yourself, and then you can prepare coffee in different ways.
See,
But
you see, I'm a goofy, bro.
yeah,
First thing I'm gonna do is go to Starbucks. I'm a goofy, bro.
do you drink coffee?
I mean, no, but if I was to want
Yeah,
some coffee, Starbucks, bro.
yeah, yeah. Starbucks is also okay. But so the big thing that the message that I try to share with the kids, because I interact with so many younger people. I mean, I put on clinics, I put on classes in
Right.
places like your Discord or Gideon's Discord, Speed's Discord. I mean, I've interacted with hundreds and hundreds of people in VCs there, done stages and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Is like a lot of what you're getting in school is stuff that's not going to help you live your life in any meaningful way. And it's not just materially, like it's not going to help you live your life in a material way. That's also true, but it's not going to help your mind.
Yeah.
It's not going to help you to learn how to regulate your emotions. It's not going to learn you how to deepen your mind and open your heart.
Yeah.
They're never going to tell you, they're never going to emphasize you. If you want to feel good, which everyone here wants to feel good, you've got to do good.
Yeah, let me
Point blank, period.
Let me go to asking people right here. Who in the crowd? Who the people in the crowd? Who wants to do good? Who wants to do good? Who wants to do good, man?
And be good.
And be good. Who wants to do
That's
good
it.
and be good? A lot of them saying me. A lot of them saying me, you know?
Yeah.
And I feel like, you
Yeah.
know, it's time, bro, it's like I'm tired of goofy. Like, I'm tired of goofies, bro. Like I'm tired of goofies.
So that's the
bro.
first step. That's the first step of going to a goofy to an OG. That's the first step, is starting to do good and to be good. And that's with generosity.
Yeah.
Generosity is going to put you on. But that's just the first step. So once you start like focusing on prioritizing being good, helping out other people, being generous, being kind, intentionally like taking a step back from being angry and nasty and getting into petty beefs, your mind's going to just start to calm down and stabilize, and people are going to give you more space.
Yeah.
It's just like if you're living at home with your parents, you never take out the trash, you're always making a mess, your room's a mess, everything's a mess, right?
Yeah.
They don't respect you, they're not giving you space, and they're bothering you. If you start to be generous with your time, start to take out the trash, start to do different things, now you're respected, now you got the space to do your own things. But it's the same way in your mind. So if you start to do good, you're a goofy. You're not you personally, but whoever might be watching.
Yeah.
No, not you personally, but I'm saying
Yeah, tell
people who might be here, you're a goofy,
Yeah.
right? And you got to accept that. And that just means.
I need you to say that one more time, bro, please, because they're not gonna understand that, bro. Go ahead, say it one more time.
You're a goofy, you know. You're not skillful to deal with your suffering. You're not skillful to be with your own body and mind in a deep and meaningful way. So to develop that, to make that possible, to make that happen, you just got to start by doing good and being good. That's going to give you more space in your mind to then train your mind to go deeper. So that's when you start to meditate. That's when you start to look into the deeper truths that are out there. Not about religion, not about belief, but about training your mind and understanding how the mind works.
Yeah.
He's just doing a little bit of repair over there. And it's just like Kai right now. Kai's repairing that chair. Sometimes things fall apart.
Facts.
If you do good, if you be good, you're ready to put things back together.
Facts.
And over time, if you get into that habit of doing good and being good and experiencing putting things back together, you can understand, you can see the world, you can see yourself in a whole different way. And then by extension, you can have a whole different level of relationships with other people. That's not based in you being a goofy, but is based in you being a good person and you having a trained mind, like a sharp mind.
Yeah.
So you don't just get caught up and fall into a state of belief when people tell you something. You know, some bully, some weirdo, some goofy comes up to you and says, starts talking to you in some kind of way. You just got to tell them, look, I don't know who you are. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm in the business of being good and doing good.
Yeah.
And I'm in the business of training my mind. Shaolin, that's a warrior. That's a warrior monk lifestyle.
Yeah.
So I encourage all y'all to get involved with that one way or another. Yeah. It's a really good idea. And I'm here to help. I'm over on Kai's Discord, and I do my own stuff online. So if you guys want to get into meditation, if you want to learn about this stuff, you want to go from a goofy to an OG, I'm here to be an access point for that. And I don't know if you guys got questions or what, but I'm very happy to be here, and I appreciate Kai for putting me on right now. This is a message you guys got to hear. It doesn't need to be from religion. It doesn't need to be because someone's better than you or someone's right. Goofies and OGs, they have the same fundamental nature. They have the same, well, in Buddhism we say Buddha nature, but it's just that same basic mind, that normal, ordinary mind, that present moment that we come from. So whether you're a goofy or an OG, there's a lot of work that you can do to develop and grow and have more peace in your life. So you should do that work. And somebody's got to tell it to you. You got to be told this, because at school they're not telling you that. So you're gonna be in a real mess if you don't know that, like, if you want to feel good, you got to be good. You got to do good. And generosity is one of the easiest ways to do that. For sure.
For a fact, bro. Like, everything that you just said, bro, I like literally, bro, like that ass, bro, um, like, bro, like it's very inspirational. No cap, like I like
Yeah.
how you come in to give these kids a lesson because it's like it's like like a lot of people out there like they watch content creators, bro. It's a lot of young people out there that watch content
Yeah.
creators, and obviously we as influencers must influence in a great way. We could use our
Yeah.
platforms to a positive, a positive extent, bro. And it's like sometimes it's like sometimes, bro, you literally just have to like understand that it's not always about being a goofy. At one point in your life, bro, you gotta go to an OG.
Yeah,
Simple as
you
that,
gotta
bro.
you gotta have relationships with OGs one way or another. Otherwise, you're not going to develop. You're not going to grow. And a big thing that content creators can do, people like Kai, some of it's just restraint.
Yeah.
Or speed, for example. I've been keeping an eye on speed. I
How
know
do you,
all
yeah,
about speed.
Yeah, let me
A
ask you
lot
this. How do you feel about speed?
I know about speed. I know about his peoples too. I know about the people running his Discord, all that jazz, because I've been heavily involved in that community, teaching them,
really?
putting them on, giving talks, trying to be a role model for them.
Yeah. So how do you feel about speed? Like where does
Speed's a good kid. Speed's got good people around him. He's got good parents. He's got people who watch out for him. But the thing is that, especially as you get big, especially as you start to go Hollywood, you gotta have that goodness as well, and you gotta understand the responsibility that you have.
I would never go Hollywood, bro.
Otherwise, Speed's 16 years old. He's 14 years old. He's already gone Hollywood. I've been trying to connect with him. I've been trying to talk with him.
Yeah.
The thing is that the biggest deal is that you got to recognize the responsibility that you have, and you got to make sure that you are prioritizing generosity and being around people who have a lot more experience than you to influence you in a positive way. Because you're big. So many people are looking to you in such a subtle way, such a refined way. So you got to refrain from becoming totally toxic or weird or hypersexual. And you just got to keep coming back to that creativity, that playfulness, that wholesomeness. That's what really benefits the content. That's what really puts people on, is that they're wholesome, playful, open, friendly. So I like Speed a lot. I like the content that he does, but sometimes it seems like he leans a little bit too heavily into weird stuff, get a little bit too sexual or a little bit too rough. But that's all right. I mean, he's growing as a young man, and I appreciate his content. Yeah. And Gideon also, Gideon did a YouTube video with a monk.
Yeah, he did.
He was playing. He was playing.
It was really good, bro.
But yeah, it was a good video. He was respectful too. We gotta know. This is a big thing that I encounter, in Discords and in these kinds of spaces. Is like, you don't intentionally go out of your way to disrespect someone who's trying to show up and be a friend to you or help you out.
Yeah.
And if you have that habit, like if someone shows up and is being sincere to you, and then your mind is like, okay, I got to disrespect this person, that means you don't know how to disrespect yourself. You're going out of your way you don't know how to respect yourself. You're going out of your way to disrespect someone who, is caring about you and wants to put you on. That's crazy. You got to respect people and their sincerity. And if you are playing games with people, you got to remember that playfulness and that friendliness. We don't want to put anybody in a tough spot or a rough spot. We don't want to hurt anybody. Yeah. We just want to have some fun. And Gideon's pretty good at that. He maintains that friendliness, that playfulness. It's really important.
Yeah, bro. It's like you can have some fun, but just know when to, just don't cross that line, or just, is an extent,
You got to be friendly. What are we all really here for right now? We're here for snowed in PS5 VR vibes. That's the kind of vibes that we're here for, right? We're here for friendliness. We're not here to get into a rough spot. We're not here to be a bully. We're not here to be an enemy to anybody else. We're here for these vibes of friendliness. And if you spend a lot of time getting caught up in petty beefs or arguments, or I often tell the kids this, because some of these kids get into the habit of pretending to be toxic because they think it's funny or they get a reaction out of it. So they get this really strong habit of toxicity, and they have a balance because they're really innocent. They're really playful at their heart because they're just kids. But if you get into this strong habit of like being toxic and weird, you're not always going to be a kid. You're not always going to be an innocent.
Yeah.
So you're going to find yourself to be 25, 30 years old and you're being toxic and weird and you've lost all that innocence. And now it's actually what you're involved with, is who you are,
Yeah.
is being toxic and argumentative and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, you got to be careful about that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not toxic or like I'm a nice person. You feel what I'm saying? I try to like use my platform to you know, have fun, but also relay a message. Like I always have a quote of the day on with Alexa. Like I always have Alexa inspire me, bro. And she always be like saying shit like, yay, wake up today, make sure you go get it. You feel what I'm saying? So I always make sure she understand it, and they be like, W code. I be like, yo, that's it. You feel me? So it's like, you know, I understand what you're saying.
The NPC is putting me to sleep.
And anyway, it's not for us to be perfect, you know? It's not like we're not going to become perfect. It's not going to happen. But we just come back, we restart, we refresh, and remember, like, you want to be your own bully, you want to be an enemy to yourself, or do you want to be a friend? You know, you want to have this energy of friendliness. And so how we interact with other people, especially in difficult situations, that's the kind of energy that we're setting up in our own mind.
Haha, we ready for the MILF Goofy. This word is hell whether we are nice or bad.
It's a goofy.
Do good, love yourself and others.
It's a goofy right now in my chat right now. He's being a public goofball. So we're gonna go ahead and get this goofy out the goddamn stream. Let's ban him.
Big 10 months indeed.
You want to be disrespectful? That's the energy that you will get. Okay? Whatever you coming in here saying, shut the fuck up, nigga. Okay? I don't want to hear nothing, bro. You're a goofy. So, whoever just donated that, literally, just ban them, get him out of here. I don't even want to see him in my sight. I don't want to see him in my sight. You feel me? Monk, like, bro, we gotta push this even more, bro, because I'm tired of these goofy niggas, bro.
Well, what's important is that we need to be careful about who we put on. And there's a lot of different ways that we put people on, because sometimes we find ourselves in positions of responsibility to ourselves and responsibility to other people. So let's say, for example, you're a moderator or something in a Discord call, or you're somebody who has some weight, some say-so in a community space. If somebody comes in, if somebody comes in acting a goofy, acting a fool, disrespecting somebody who should be respected, or is mic spamming or whatever it is, you got to set that person down. Not just for yourself, not just for that community, but also for that person. Yeah. Because if we're putting people on who are straight toxic and going crazy and acting unskillful, right? That's setting them up to be more unskillful in the future. So it's not just that that's a bad person and we're putting them out, but actually we're trying to take care of them by holding the space in a certain way and setting a standard.
Hey,
like, look, I don't know who you are, I don't know where you're from, but we don't play that here. We got a different thing going on. You know, that's how I like to say it.
Get
we
him
don't
out
play
of here.
that
He's
here.
done.
I don't do that.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah.
But
take
look,
a break, take a seat.
Bro, FR1 mil in 4 hours as crazy busy down Rolly Avalanche gang gallons.
Right. Here's the thing, right? So here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So here's the thing, right? So look, right? So basically, the moderators I have in my chat, right? Waki, he or she's a moderator, right? Bro, he be coming up in here disrespecting as a moderator. So what do you think I should do? Like, you think I should unfortunately just take away their stuff because they're all disrespecting me?
Yeah. Well, one of the big things is that we need to learn to set boundaries with people. And you want to set boundaries in a way that's not about rejecting them, but just recognizing how your relationship with them actually is.
Yeah.
And so when you recognize where they are and where you are and what the differences are between that, then you can set a healthy, natural boundary that's not rejecting them or trying to kick them out or say that they're bad, but it's just you're there and I'm here and that's where we are. And then you gotta take steps from that position of detachment.
Yeah.
That position of a healthy boundary rather than you getting tangled up in them. Because sometimes, maybe we're in a relationship with somebody we put somebody on, right? Somebody's a mod or whatever for us, and then we get upset with them, and then we get into like a whole tangle, and then we're trying to fix that problem when we're all tangled up with them. No, when you notice that you're getting up in your feelings or you're getting tangled up in an argument with somebody who you're in a relationship with, you just gotta say, okay, sorry about that miscommunication, step back. Now you can really set that clear boundary because you know where they are, you know where you are. It's not for you to get tangled up in. It's for you to recognize that, step back, set that boundary, and then you make choices from your position of authority that aren't based on you being tangled up in that person. And then they're either gonna fall in line, they're gonna change, and you're gonna be able to work with them more closely, or they're gonna need to, they're gonna be in a different position. That's it.
So Wacky, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, bro. Don't be a goofy. Don't be a goofy, bro. Nah, but look, man. Hey, man. You got a good. You got some good advice. You seem very kind. You seem very nice. It was nice. It's nice. It was nice to meet you. You feel what I'm saying? I appreciate you. Taking the time out your day to talk to me. It's very early where you're at right now, and it's very late where I'm at right now. You feel what I'm saying? So the fact that you made this time to be able to go on Discord and be able to be able to talk to each other while I'm drinking water on the beach and having my mom go by on the camera roll, like the fact that we could just accomplish that and also have the kids in the park and playing, your rage while Bruce is on the swings, and like the fact that we could do that at this time with a milk coming over after this, like, bro, that's gonna be fire because it's like with the windows, like how would the windows blue if the cat didn't go outside? Because it's like at the end of the day, I'm not Dr. Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the
We
one.
all got to do our best.
Yeah, like
we all got to do our best. I mean, that is what it is. We all got to do our best.
Yeah, because at the end of the day,
we got to keep trying. We got to keep refreshing. We got to keep restarting. This is the fact of the matter. We don't know what's going on.
I can talk real quick.
You don't know what's going on right now. You don't know where I'm coming from. You don't even know where you're coming from. That's how we are as people, as human beings. There's so much that we don't know. So we got to get comfortable with not knowing. We got to be comfortable with just being, just breathing, just being aware at this moment. You got to get comfortable with taking a step back. Somebody talking that ish, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're talking about. But what I know,
I know that the dog.
What I know is not knowing.
The dog can't go outside like that. Not when it's wintertime. You feel what I'm saying? Because, bro, at the end of the day, these kids got to be able to listen. They gotta be able to listen. That's the problem, bro. This is when I'm playing the guitar, bro. When I'm playing the guitar here and they're not listening, bro, it's like how you gonna listen to music if you can't understand life in the full way that the earth is made in the equator of Africa, bro? That's what's going wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going wrong, bro. And like bro, that's just me. But you feel what I'm saying?
We all got different perspectives,
Yeah,
different experiences. But the thing is that the practice here is don't be confused by confusion.
Ooh.
Don't be distressed by stress. Just be aware. Just be present. Don't be confused by confusion. If you're confused, so what? Don't be attached to that. Don't believe in that. Yeah. You're just aware at this moment. You're just in the present moment. You refresh, restart, come back to your breath. You don't want to wait until somebody comes up and cuts off your hand to be in the present moment. You want to be in the present moment right now. And you want to develop a relationship with the present moment, which is non-cognitive, non-intellectual. And Kai's bringing this up. The present moment is not a story. The present moment is not a belief. The present moment is the direct experience that you're having right now. And it doesn't rely on words and phrases. It doesn't rely on thoughts and beliefs. As simple as rubbing your fingers together at this moment. You're touching the present moment. You refresh, restart. Where are those sensations happening? They're happening in the present moment. And it's valuable. It's important to have a relationship with the present rather than always focusing on the future or worrying about the past.
Yeah, bro, I appreciate that, man. You know what I'm saying? You came and you clap it up for Monk. You feel what I'm saying? Clap it up for Monk. You guys.
Now, if there's some of these kids here who want to join for group meditations and want to follow along with Monk Bro, is there a way you can share my YouTube so they can come and check me out when I'm hosting these group meditations and stuff?
What do you mean by that?
Like they can come and join for a group meditation if they're interested, or they can come through the Discord and ask me about it there. They can connect me with it there. But if one of these kids, if you guys want to meditate, if you want to learn more about this kind of stuff, this doesn't need to be a one off. This is an invitation for you guys to get into meditation, to learn more about being good. It doesn't it's not just entertainment. But if you guys are really interested,
Yeah,
then
well,
I'm definitely here to help you.
Yeah,
And I'm on Kai's Discord. So you can link up with me there as well. I usually check the VCs.
Yeah, if you want to go, just
See if people are out
after
there.
After this, look, everybody, I got the Discord. Y'all got the Discord link. Spam the Discord link right now. Y'all got the Discord link. If anybody want to talk to him one-on-one after this, hey, look, Monk, just go into a random VC of your choice, and they were gonna hop in it, and you could just explain your program and stuff like that. Make sure you guys be very
Well, I don't have a program. Anything like that. I don't make money. I don't do anything to make money. I don't sell anything. I don't.
Wait,
I don't make money in any way.
Do you just do meetings? Do you just do like meetings talking to people?
No, so like I live as a monk, so I live at the temple, or I live where people invite me, and then I have like group meditations either in person or people who follow me online.
Okay,
where I do group meditations,
so look, go to a random,
not money based.
So go into a random VC, and I'm gonna have people in my Discord, that want to learn more about that.
Well, we could host a stage. We could also set up a stage. They were talking to me about that, to do a stage event where people can ask questions, like a Q&A with Monk Bro.
Oh yeah. We could do the VC, but
We'll see.
we could do the VC. But like, do you want to just talk to them about your thing in the VC? Like, how you want to do it like in the VC? How you want to do it?
Should we do some Buddhist? Should I do a chant to finish? Offer a Buddhist chanting, because as a monk, part of what I do is I do chanting and different things like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Finish with a chant.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And just make sure my settings are right. All right. So everybody who's ready for the Buddhist chant, go ahead and put on Buddha in the chat, ONB. And all of this is on Buddha. You guys can remember moving forward, you don't have to always say ONG. You can say ONB, and you can let people know that that's what you're about. All right, a little bit of a Buddhist chant then in the chat. That's great, on Buddha. And this is all on Buddha. All right, everything I said is on Buddha. All right. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Sadhu. 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 All right. Thank you so much for having me, Kai. It was really cool to meet you, and I'll be checking out more of your content moving forward.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. You be careful. You be safe. You know, and respect you
Thank
for
you.
coming on, man.
All right.
All
Bye.
right, bro.
Homage to glorious Vajrasattva.
So, what do we think? Is it a good job? Did I do okay? Represent all right for the Buddha at that time? So I'm not to air out the laundry, but I'm looking at taking a step back from streaming with Shiva, or Yuri, as he's oftentimes known. Yeah, I have pretty hard lines on certain things, certain dynamics, and at different times Shiva has crossed those lines, and it's made me more realistic about platforming him and giving him energy and supporting what he's doing. So yeah, of course I want the best for Shiva, and I see him as a friend, but it's different when you're platforming somebody or you're supporting them with your energy and your attention. But I take I take discrimination and prejudice and community very, very seriously. So it's one thing for me to sacrifice myself and take in all kinds of weird energy and act weirdly and go crazy. But it's another thing entirely to intentionally be obtuse or like not fully there when there's a community showing up and listening, and when real things are being talked about. So who knows? Who knows how it will be? But that's my feeling about it now, with the whole veganism, childism feminism, racism stuff. And then when that came up. Because looking at somebody like Kai, or looking at the sphere of fame, I see it in a way of expansion and contraction. So I can, feels like I can expand my outreach or my role, not by being like my most genuine or real self, but being a hammed up or a ridiculous version of myself. And then more people come across that, or more people get interest, and then it's coming into this contraction, which basically lets people who don't take it very seriously, or who aren't willing to give up themselves to listen more deeply or share more deeply, for those people to step away. And I think that's important for the people who really want to be involved and be present with what's going on here, as well as for the people who don't want to be seriously involved and present with what's happening here. So community for me is not about fame or social status or social positioning. It's more like creating a real family where resource redistribution or resource distribution takes place. So where people are empowered enough and established enough in their mental health and material wealth, where we can support each other in those ways. That's what it comes down to me in terms of community. So I look for and I try to identify people who are on that kind of timing and have that kind of perspective to bring into the community and encourage them to be involved. And not like a commune, but kind of communist in nature. Looking on getting a long-term visa here in Vietnam, and then I'm going to be looking together with my wife to find a property, a home to purchase here in Vietnam, and go from there. There will always be a power dynamic, and you can't really ignore that. And Colin, come by today if you're free. There'll always be a power dynamic. So for example, like for everybody here, and that's here watching me right now, or watching this right now, it's very unlikely that any of those people would go and watch another individual person who was doing another live stream. And there's all kinds of other power dynamics, like say you live together with a group of people. Somebody's good at cooking, somebody's not good at cooking. So now that person that's good at cooking has a power dynamic of people like to eat their food. And then there's also a power dynamic of, this person who cooks good now being under the power dynamic of people really like that food. So now maybe they're pressured to cook. Power dynamics are always going to be there. Hierarchies are going to be there. That's why, like, free love, hippie communities and things like that might be cool, might be interesting what's going on there, but it's probably very lacking in depth and it's very lacking in scope. So the more wealth or the more resources they have, the more that just goes towards their own personal enrichment. So for me, I'm working on developing my personal enrichment to enrich more people so that more people can be brought in to bring more enrichment so that social work and, more people can be helped, more people can be served, basically. And the differences between me and Shiva is just a very drastic separation of vision. So that my vision for myself and my life is not about my personal development as much as it's about the development of others. But I can only do so much in terms of doing that. And of course, I can't force other people to want to develop in a certain way or try to make them develop in a certain way. That's definitely not gonna work. And when I sit there with the eyes closed like that, I'm not doing anything special. Just sitting there and being with the body, being there with the experience, the experiencing taking place. So the property that I'd like to buy here in Vietnam, if my visa and everything is able to work out, which can be a process, it's going to be around $100,000. It might be possible to get a loan here in Vietnam. But that's the general amount. I think that if you're interested in basketball, it's not very worthwhile to question why most people don't have the capability of being skillful at basketball. If you're interested in basketball, begin the process and be in the way of development in your practice of you playing basketball. I think why maybe used to have more practicality or has more practicality when we're living together in a small group where we all know each other, where there are elders, where there's families that are living together and practicing together and have a shared culture and a shared background. But when we're just in the face of like millions of people, billions of people and social media, it's impractical. It's never ending. There's so many different answers to that. And those answers can have very little practical effect on your own life, on your own way of doing things. Yeah, you need others to play with and get better. And in terms of just to share, about my understanding of Shiva's position, I don't think that he's spent enough time being led and being in community to lead in community. So my advice for Shiva would be to go and spend time in community, spend time following a structure, spend time being led more, and ideally find a teacher that he can connect with more directly. And I hope that he does that. Yeah, too closed off. I don't know about rigid. I don't think he's too rigid in his ways, but I think Shiva is too closed off from Sangha and from spiritual community to be in a strong position to lead spiritual community. I have not crashed out today yet, but I very well may at some point. Yeah, I think that Shiva is also not really sure why he's in this, other than the possibility of personal enrichment, and that he hasn't transitioned to seeing the valuelessness of money versus the value of making merit and doing good deeds and serving others. Which is a normal position to be in. It's not an unusual position to be in. But he is skill. He does have power. He does have skill. So be careful in working with him and following him. I just know that it's not possible for a big screen TV or like a perfect ideal house or meditation center or a bunch of people following me to be as valuable as my personal internal freedom. And the the goodness, the good quality of experiencing inside myself. So if I had a choice now between having $1 million or being able to, enter into dhyana whenever I wanted, of course, I would choose being able to enter into meditative absorption and being at peace in myself and freeing from suffering in myself as much as possible, because of course that would be a lot more valuable, and it's realistic. It's practical. It's not like peace and internal well-being is less practical than having money. It's not. So I'm always thinking about that OG Love Dove. It's kind of automatic, because when I really get into the live streams and all these different things happening on the screen, like this 17-inch computer screen is very cluttered and difficult to manage. So even though it's very useful, it can be very useful for me to buy a second monitor, and there's nothing stopping me from buying a second monitor, as nice as I want it to be, or using my laptop now more as a desktop replacement and like putting it down underneath the desk, and then getting like a 34-inch ultra wide 4K OLED monitor, which sounds good thinking about it. There's nothing stopping me from doing that, but now this thing is a burden. Now, if I go somewhere else, I need to consider about this thing and what I'm going to do with this thing. But then also balancing that with not being stingy and thinking about if I can use that to more skillfully do what I'm doing now, even to bring joy and satisfaction into my life, then, why not do that? But I'm not trying to convince myself of anything. I'm not even trying to convince myself to do good deeds or be a good person. It's more like, I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Boom, boom. Yeah. Not losing myself in chasing. Moped Mike, I think we can look at it together. Let me bring it up and we can look at it together. The situation with Shiva and me, and talk a little bit about it.
What equal in terms of that leader. So going from feminism, the next step. Well, that guy is going to be in India with me, and let's say that he's on consistent meditation routine. Be a part of a sangha. Nothing helps more in being consistent with meditation. Really, India. How did I become a Buddhist? Right. And animal abuse. Let's talk about animals and animal abuse.
Let's talk about child abuse.
Okay.
So my philosophy is pretty clear with this, right? With all of the isms. So it's basically going to. So before we get into this, there's two practical avenues for the isms for me. One avenue is the teachings on detachment, right? So that your attachment to veganism, your attachment to childism, your attachment to racism and sexism and things like that, it can actually be a problem. Because it's something that yourself, your ego, is identifying with and grasping onto and holding onto. And in the Buddhist path, the way of wisdom and compassion, we're learning to be free of what we hold on to, even if those things that we hold on to are good. Because there's still this contraction and this seeking and this holding that actually doesn't allow us to be free from everything. And this brings us into the other aspect that I think is practical and worthwhile, and that's a practical way of talking about systematic issues that we practically work together and collaborate on together to change, to make better, right? To heal, to work with. So Shiva brought up this idea of veganism, and I'm kind of responding to that.
Like a patriarchal society. So in a patriarchal society, the people who have the most importance and value are men of that tribe, right? So two men of a different tribe maybe respect and fear each other, but they're not equal to each other, right? They're separate, they're kind of at war. So once you get rid of tribalism, then basically tribal leaders or men respect and honor each other. Everybody else is
And so at that point, the tribal leaders are not at war with each other just because, or discriminating against each other just because they're from a different tribe or on the basis of them being from a different tribe. And remember, for most of our evolutionary history, we weren't separated by race, we were separated by tribal groups. And some of them may have been, well, yeah, some of them were matriarchal, some of them were patriarchal, meaning that a specific gender was leading that tribe. But the basis of that gender leading the tribe was the tribe itself, not just being a man. So a man from another tribe would be an enemy and thereby less than anyone from another tribe. So you can see tribalism in, so when the people from England and the colonial people came over from Europe to the Native Americas, they participated in tribal warfare. So it wasn't because this group of people was brown, it was because they were from a different tribe. And so the justification for, giving $5 for the scalps of Native American children and women and people, etc., was on them being a different tribe. It wasn't about them being a different skin color.
under that. Then you go into racism. So it's not different tribes of people per se.
So after the genocide of that different tribe, the Native American tribe, then it went into a place of, or slavery, the end of full slavery, or slavery is also a way of genocide or a practice of genocide or an aspect of genocide. Then once the slavery and the tribalism was done, then it gets into racism. So we're all the same tribe, we're all Americans, but these people, we're white and those people are brown.
But different skin colors, right? So they were separated, and then we say, okay, they come together, and we have to respect each other. We're all men, right? Then it comes to women. So they had to go through feminism, etc. And so what this all goes back to is the basis of the
Right? So then we go from slavery and black men not being allowed to vote, right, to then sexism. So even when black men could technically vote, women, even white women, even wealthy white women, couldn't vote. So then we go to addressing this prejudice and this discrimination and this non-allowance of rights based on them being women. So then we go into the sexism or the feminism. So because it wasn't because of like a deep thinking about the way of the world and the way things actually are that women weren't allowed to vote. It was a prejudgment of women as a whole that said that they were less than men, so that they shouldn't vote, right? So then addressing this prejudice against women. Now, addressing that prejudice is what these isms are all about, so that we stop doing things that are based on these biases and these kind of false notions of separation that where we don't respect the rights of these different people or beings, right? So when that gets into like speciesism, veganism is just an expression of speciesism. We kill animals and we eat animals, right? And the problem is not as much eating, the problem is not eating animals. There's not a problem with eating animals. The problem is with the prejudices and the biases and the prejudgments about animals being less than us that creates these factory farms and all of this killing. So you could be more than a vegan. You could be a freegan, and you could eat dead animals that were hit by cars on the road or things like that. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. There's nothing inherently wrong with eating animals. It's just all of the killing and torture and horribleness and destruction of the environment as well that goes into killing all these animals. That's based on this prejudice, this prejudgment against animals that says it's okay for us to do that because they're less than us as human beings.
Society, right? So, for example, if we had somehow had a society that was matriarchal, then you'd have to go through not feminism, but maleism, right? From the leaders, from the people who are most important or the people who are in charge. So it relates to basically the leaders of the society and their relationship with the different aspects that are clearly seen to be equal in terms of that leader. So going from feminism, the next step is childism. It's not speciesism. So if you're not informed about,
Meaning that we can't talk about how animals are not inherently less than human beings if we can't first address that all human beings are deserving of equal rights, protections, support, self-direction according to their abilities, etc. So in relationship to the leaders, it goes back to a family system, right? So, well, it goes back to men, it goes back to the patriarchy. So even before women could vote, you had black men technically being allowed to vote, right? So in relationship to this family system or this patriarchal system, there's different values that are given to people, right? And so the person that is under the woman in the family system is the child, right? And then once we can address the equal rights of children, then we can go into people that we deem to be less than human, right? So we technically deem people with disabilities to be less than human because they don't have full human faculties. So their different abilities mean that rather than them having that we need to change to make sure that they can self-direct and live their lives skillfully as a part of our community, they are housed in group homes. They're put to work in workshops where they receive less than minimum wage. Basically, they don't have even the rights to the same laws that govern our general society. So, but we can't work on people with disabilities and the equal rights fully for them, systematically for them, before we can work on the rights of children, who also have differing abilities. So the bridge between children and women and people with disabilities is very, very important. Because women do have differing abilities from men, but they're very, very similar. And then children are in a kind of process of developing abilities, but along that process, they have varying abilities that are not equal to what we call adults, right? Then we have people with disabilities that are not in that process or are in that process in a different way. So they are not unable to live their lives or be respected by other human beings, but it's in a very different way. And then once we start to talk more about ableism, we can start to talk about speciesism, which is an entirely different species, and yet their rights are also equally important and valuable. Right? There's no justification to kill them or abuse them or mistreat them or for them not to have protections. Then we can move into environmentalism. So it's a process.
Out and like working on internalized childism, working on internalized speciesism.
And so to actually work through these isms is very subtle. It's not just the outward appearance of like, I respect women, but or the outward appearance of like, I'm not racist. But this racism or sexism or speciesism or childism is actually internalized. So we have internalized racism. We have internalized sexism. We see women in a way of not being fully equal to us. They're only equal to us in terms of our desires in relationship to them.
Is going to be basically impossible. It's basically putting the chicken before the egg in practicality. And this is the really important thing to remember, with which the conservatives bring up in their own ways, is that.
And it's important to keep in mind that attempting to force other people to do what we want them to do is at the core of these ways of discriminating against each other. So it's like we've tried to find a reason or a way to justify that we don't give that person equal rights, the same rights that we would want to have, right? So we would want to have the right to choose what we do. And we have to give other people the right to choose what they would like to do as well. We can't force people to change. Actually, it's our internal change that affects change in the world.
When it becomes a personality thing, like it's my personality that I'm a feminist, or it's my personality that I'm like not a racist, it's kind of a dead end road. It's just people agreeing with each other. So
Yeah.
the isms are more about activism and movements, not
But-
so much like the values of that.
But I don't abuse children, and I don't contribute to the child abuse.
So this goes into the way of silence is violence and the importance of activism. So you may not outwardly abuse children, but internally you're prejudiced against many of the qualities and values that children have, so that you would call someone childish. Or you would implicitly consider that children are not allowed to be free in the same way that an adult would be allowed to be free, according to their abilities and their capacities. It's not about a blind person driving a car, right? Not with our current technology, at least. And so, in the same way, not to put this on Shiva, but if there was a human being outside making noise, you wouldn't just say, why doesn't that human being shut up? Or if it was a man, a white man outside making noise, you wouldn't just say that person needs to be quiet, right? So in Shiva's case, because he has tons of internalized childism, racism, sexism, etc., he would call the police on a Vietnamese family or a Vietnamese business if they were disturbing him. But if he was in Italy or if he was in Canada and he was staying at a cheap hotel in Canada, he wouldn't even think about calling the police on a Canadian business or a white people's business, etc. So it's very internalized, it's very subtle, it's very unconscious. Right, of course, says you, bro. Right. So that's just my feel and my think so about it.
And neither do I abuse animals or contribute to animal abuse, which you
Well,
can't
it's
say the
not
same
about
thing.
you, right? So childism isn't about you. It's actually the opposite of being about you. So
Sure,
that's the
same with
problem with
veganism.
internalized white supremacy, internalized sexism, internalized childism, etc. So like you, my vision for you, in you like talking about how women lose their sexual purity by having sex with men, and your reactionaryism when it comes to like black art, right, is deep internalized white supremacy and deep internalized sexism. And so now, like, saying, okay, well, I'm going to disregard all that and just talk about how you're a vegan. It's really like work that hasn't been done internally for you that you're just trying to kind of avoid. And I see a lot of deep avoidance in you, even.
So I'm not here to make this show about Shiva. That's not what this is about. But I just wanted to bring people. This was kind of the straw that broke the donkey's back. You know, myself being an ass man, a donkey. That's what you know, kind of said, okay, I need to step back a little bit from this dynamic and platforming this guy and feeding energy to this guy, and bringing, you know, more attention and kind of supporting whatever it is that he's doing. Because I think he has a lot of internal work still to do. And so me not supporting or not wanting to support anymore what this guy is doing is not about me protesting against him. It's about me stepping back and do it, you know, living my life in my way that aligns with my values, what makes sense to me. It's not anything personal. Like don't want Shiva to be successful, but I don't want to be a part of supporting that in the current way that Shiva is going. I think that it will lead a lot of people into maybe an unskillful situation. So that's where I'm at right now. And I did try Wagyu for the first time yesterday. Me and my wife, we took a day off and took a rest. We went for a walk. We found a wonderful matcha place, just fantastic. The best matcha that I've had. Not too far, a walk from where we live. And then we went to the shopping mall, and Hung was very hungry. And we went to this kind of hot pot or grill place in the shopping mall, and I tried Wagyu for the first time, and had some sake. It's like a Japanese inspired place, and not impressive at all, not worthwhile at all. So, just anybody out there who's been on the Wagyu meme kind of thing, it's not a big deal. Not something worthwhile to seek out. And so that's also an important thing, is like in being a vegan and doing vegan activist work, if you think that's about forcefully controlling other people, then you're a part of the problem. Because the only way that we can forcefully control other people is by ourselves being controlled by that want to control what others are doing. So it's more about being the change that you want to see in the world, becoming empowered, because working with our own mind is so subtle. Working with other people's minds is so subtle. You know what I mean? It's not coarse. I mean, it's coarse to be an entertainer. It's coarse to put on a show. It's coarse to, make a movie or make an anime, make a story, right? But actually working with other people in community is so, so, so subtle. So if you actually want to work with other people in community, you want to build community, you want to build something with others, you have to do a lot of internal work. And we have to be really humble, and we have to let go of that arrogance that we have everything figured out. I don't have everything figured out. I know that there are certain things I like. There are certain things I don't like. And that some of those things that I like don't benefit me. And that some of those things that I don't like do benefit me. I know that. And so that's why I try to bring the conversation more to childism rather than speciesism, because we're talking about living in a society where we don't even offer children the protections and the rights that adults have just because they're children. We live in a society where if somebody has a disability, then you can make them work 8 hours a day and pay them less than minimum wage simply because they're disabled, right? And this gets into really deep interpersonal, cultural, psychological ways of being with each other that we just haven't addressed yet. And then we're talking about respecting chickens. So it makes us just ridiculous. It's kind of a ridiculous conversation to have. So veganism is like a practice. It's a dietary practice. It's a personal ethical practice. Speciesism is a principle, a philosophy, a way of understanding why people eat meat and why we ourselves don't eat meat, why we take that on as a practice or a vow or a sadhana. It's more of a sadhana than it is so it's like trying to force veganism onto someone else is like trying to force someone else to meditate. It's totally insane. And I love veganism. I love militant veganism. I think it's great, but we also have to be realistic about it and mature about it. It doesn't matter who I am. Me attempting to force someone else to meditate is insane. Me attempting to force someone else to live the way that I live just because I think that it's right is insane. And it's at the core of oppression, justified anger, justified abuse of other people. So it's like I'm going to take away someone else's rights so that I can be more comfortable in my ideology. It's not complete, not finished. But I like to learn intuitively. I like to learn through my practice. So also addressing anything real depends on practicality. So the more practical that you become internally with how you work with your own mind, with how you work with your suffering, which is what drives us, right? If we were totally blissed out, it'd be like we were on heroin or something. You wouldn't be doing anything. You wouldn't be thinking about politics or social rights or anything like that. You'd just be blissed out, done. So getting out of this matrix of seeking to control actually allows you to be embodied in doing all kinds of things at peace. And that's what makes real change possible. It's what makes consistency possible. Moped Mike says, so when are we going to start the $100,000 Dr. Rob compound goal? I'm not sure if we will start that. I may talk with some of my advisors in the next year or so, once we start seriously thinking about that. So hyper indifference is a kind of callousness. And this is oftentimes conflated or seemed to be what detachment is. Like detachment is not caring or being callous. Actually, detachment is being free. Indifferent is like justifying your uninvolvement. And if we're alive, we have to be involved. The more involved you are with your life, the more richer, healthier, happier, more wonderful your life will become. And it doesn't always seem like that, because if you take heroin, that could seem like big involvement. You're really engaging, and then you're having this incredible, deep, blissed out, amazing experience. But actually, it's like a way of disassociating rather than a way of engaging. We fall into these attachment cycles that take away our freedom and take away our empowerment and our capacity to help ourselves and our capacity to help other people. So even if it's pleasurable, even if you make money from it, it doesn't mean that you're actually helping people, the world, our community by doing that. That's very important to consider. Conflating child abuse with spanking a child or grabbing a child or even hitting a child to keep them from running off a cliff or running into the road is just intentional stupidity. And we don't have a choice all the time. That's why someone who takes the responsibility, like someone like Shiva, who would say, okay, I have a platform, people are looking towards me to be a spiritual teacher, to offer spiritual teachings, to give guidance, to be a leader. and then looking at the very deep lack of experience in being led, in working with a teacher, in living in community, one becomes humble. They become more realistic about what needs to be done for them to effectively take on the role that they have access to. It all comes back to personal responsibility. It's like sometimes different groups of people, when you talk about childism, they'll conflate childism with abusing children. They'll conflate children having rights and protections from the society with children being married at an early age. It's like conflating disability rights with saying that somebody with profound autism should be able to drive a car. You're just saying the same thing again, Shiva. You're not responding to what I'm saying. And this is what it goes into, right? It's like trying to take on the position of a leader or a spiritual teacher when you have had a very small amount of experience in being led and by working with a spiritual teacher. So you have to go back to the drawing board and the practice board, and you have to work on your own practice, man, if you want to be practical about what you're doing and not just constantly misleading people. That's just my side. That's just if you're approaching me, if members of your community are approaching me and asking what I think, then that's what I feel, that now is a time for you to consider about how to deepen your own practice and not even to think about deepening the practice of other people, because you've just had such a limited experience working with teachers, living in community, and being led. Yeah, that's right, Moped. Practice makes practical. And make practice practical as well. So trying to control what other people do is not a practical practice for veganism. At least not in just telling people that you know, or trying to like shame or, play psychological games with people that you know to make them be a vegan. That's not veganism. So this is something that's very important to me. Not just what is childism and going to learn about that for yourself. If that's something that you're interested in, you have to do research in those things that you're interested in. But there's also a practical application of what you're interested in. So I like Shiva. I think that Shiva is a guy who has some power, some spiritual power. But Shiva did not spend 8 years living in Buddhist monasteries and working directly with meditation masters and teachers. As far as I know, Shiva doesn't have a personal connection with any spiritual teacher. So in terms of him being a content creator, well, of course, you don't need to have personal relationships with spiritual teachers to be a spiritual teacher or to be a content creator. But to be a spiritual teacher, you most certainly do have to have that. More power, more responsibility. And if you're not willing to take that responsibility, then you will misuse your power and you'll harm a lot of people, which I certainly have a lot of experience with. And it's not about comparing who's better or who's more skillful or who has more experience. It's about you becoming more skillful, you getting more experience, you becoming more powerful. If you have a small vision, you don't need a lot of wisdom and skill and power to do that. But if you have a big vision, like I do, like my teacher does, and you can have a big external vision or you can have a big internal vision. The biggest internal vision in Zen is no vision, right? The biggest or greatest view or perspective in Zen is no view, no perspective. But that's not about just being empty-headed. It's about being free. Nobody is better than any other body. No one could be better than you at managing and running and living your own body and mind. But when you're not, and so this goes into Shiva's situation and the kind of, I guess, unconsciously, and I think that Shiva has a lot more conscious power than he's willing to take on because of his kind of desires for personal wealth or whatever. Development or cultivation takes sacrifice. It doesn't take lofty sayings and lofty ideas. I'm making a declarative statement. That's not what practice is about. In the same way about raising a child. It's not about you filling the child with a bunch of statements. It's about you sacrificing yourself in the face of need. And if you would like to have a deep spiritual position or experience or relevance in spiritual circles, then that's a need for you. And you'll need to sacrifice to meet that need. And if you're not willing to sacrifice, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to join my upcoming meditation retreat in Spain. Because we're going to be doing a lot of meditation. It has nothing to do with money. We're looking at fundraising so that there won't be any cost for people to join the retreat. So the food and the shelter and all of that will be paid for, right? You just have to take care of your travel. And then if people want to donate, then they can. That's what we're looking at doing for the upcoming retreat in Spain. Probably we'll work on finishing the website first before we put more details out about the Spain retreat. And in all of this spiritual hubbub, maybe instead of focusing so much on us being wise, I'm going to make a wise comment, right? I'm going to make a wise spiritual comment. Maybe instead we should focus on generating happiness, generating a peace and well-being where we don't have to say anything, we don't have to do anything, where this is not about ourselves. This is not about our ego. The last thing that you want to do is die as a patient. You want to die as a donor. You want to die as a volunteer. You want to die as a yogi. You want to die as a monk or a nun. You want to die as a meditation master. You don't want to die as a patient, somebody who's just totally just not with it. It's like going around in a community and making, giving people your wise sayings when those people don't even respect you or know you as a human being. You buy honey food? Keep away, keep away, keep away. Keep that food away. Keep that food away. I'll stop copying my wife's accent when she starts going to English school. We need to start Hung's English school GoFundMe. Remember, Mac Guy, you're not here as a leader. You're not here to lead anybody. It's inappropriate for you to be here and attempt to lead other people. You're a garage door salesman. You're not a spiritual teacher. You're not a yogi. You're currently here as a patient. And you don't have to be here at all. You're not doing anybody any favors by being here, except maybe doing yourself a favor. And if you're not doing yourself a favor by being here, then maybe you should go somewhere else. I've been through that process of trying to give other people unsolicited advice, of walking around as a monk and holding my head up high like I'm holier than thou, like I've got everything figured out. And you know what? I wasted so much time. I wasted so much energy when I could have actually been learning from people that were more experienced than I was at that time. Going around and thinking about how I'm going to tell people about my practice and my view and my perspective. And we have a lot of patience here. There's nothing wrong with being a patient here. But if I can't be patient with the patients, then I become the patient. So I'll try to be better at not locking myself into the psych ward of this live stream. I like it when I'm real too. It's just that this, I wouldn't say the world is unreal, because you actually go out there. I mean, the only places you can really go out to is like the shopping mall, or go to buy some food, or go to that wonderful matcha place that I found yesterday with my wife. We came across by wandering. We weren't seeking it out, and we found that matcha was great, right? Hooken couldn't help herself. She's drinking my matcha too. The matcha place, right? Very good. The best matcha you ever had, right? Yeah, the best place, the best matcha we ever had. So, but still, when you go out there, like, you have to be real. Even if your head's in your phone, you're with all these other human beings. You're out, you're doing things. You have to be real one way or another. I think that's why the gas station can be like a church and a refuge, because it's so real. I've got to put gas in my car. If you're American, a lot of Americans drive big trucks. So that truck really needs gasoline. That's really real. But being online is a very unreal space. There's a deep unreality to this as a human being. There's 50 people here right now that I can't see, that I can't hear, but they can see and hear me. And they're, making comments and things like that. Text comments that are appearing on a flat screen. But I can promise that if, during our retreat that we'll be having in the near future in Spain, you will see a very different version of Dr. Rob than you've seen on the live streams. That's for sure. I'm getting a little bit excited about the Spain retreat. I've never been to Spain. I've only been to Italy, so the only thing I know about that. But Spain is a whole different kind of Europe, so I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be a small retreat. It's going to be an intimate retreat. Maybe 10 people max, something like that. The smaller, the better. Portugal may be better. Yeah, I've been thinking about reaching out to mommy in the near future. Thank you, Shelley. Honey, can you get my iPhone? A little bit Koa-Glide, but I don't know how because I haven't been there. But I have a brother, Dharma brother, who is very influenced by Spain. Tefap Lu. See, I don't. Here he is. Let's see if he's up. Yeah. Most human communication is nonverbal, definitely. I have been to Portugal at the airport and it was nice. On my way to Italy. Hey brother, mommy, alien. Just want to call and check in. How's everything going in Portugal? How's your place there? Would love to do a live stream together sometime and talk and share. I also wanted to run an idea by you. Me and some of my longer term students are looking to organize a small meditation retreat. We were thinking either Spain or Portugal. I was thinking very much Spain. Maybe that's a vacation destination in the near future. But Shelley, I don't think you know Shelley, but she mentioned that you live in Portugal, so I don't know if that would be something you could give some insight or share a little bit about, and maybe we could find some time to talk about that. So a lot of love to you, brother, and I hope we can talk soon. Bye. I'll tell you where we're not going to do our meditation retreat. Here in my home in Vietnam, because there's not enough space for it. Actually, you do need some space for a retreat. You need a little bit of, because people need some space to be in during a retreat. Everybody's kind of shoved into a box. Can be difficult. Please put on a full Scottish, Indian, Australian accent. I've talked with some AI models before, and they did that fully, but actually they didn't do it fully in the way of a real deep accent, combining those three, which of course they can. So I want you to turn it to 100%, but then I want you to add 50% extra to that.
I understand. You want me to talk with a really strong mix of Scottish, Indian, and Australian accents. Well, I can help with a lot of things. I can't change my voice to sound like specific accents. I can still help you with your request, though. What would you like to talk about?
So I'm here in Vietnam, and we're looking for the community is looking for an external monitor, basically, because we're thinking about doing maybe a gaming live stream, a gaming marathon live stream in the near future. In any ways, when I'm doing a lot of different things, too much stuff on the screen, what would be the best website to go to, so where I could order a high quality OLED or IPS panel to order that screen, get it delivered in the next couple hours?
Getting a high-quality monitor delivered within a couple of hours can be a bit tricky, but some places might be able to do it. You could try looking on sites like Tiki or Lazada, especially if they have their express delivery options. Local gaming shops like Gear VN or Fong Vu might also have fast shipping. It just depends on what they have in stock in your location.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. Yeah, that's how it is here in Vietnam. Everybody talks about 2-day delivery on Amazon. These shops are a little bit more grounded, so you can order it and you can get it in the next 2 hours for sure. No problem. Here, we take a picture for mommy. Not for my mom, but for this guy, this nice guy. Anybody want to see a picture of Hung from our walk yesterday?
What happened? Huh? What the picture? Huh?
Wait.
Ooh. I bet you already see why honey showed up. Huh? I'm very crazy.
You could even say that thinking is suffering. All right, let's see this website here. 25-inch IPS. Out of stock. Out of stock. Looks like this is a high quality monitor that's kind of a standard. You have Lazada on your phone, honey? Lazada?
This is Vietnam or Thai? I have Thai.
Okay, well, we're not in Thailand, honey, right?
So have I updated the Lazada? Okay, I download into Lazada. Why do you want to buy? This is Lazada, right?
Yeah. Here we go. What about this? The Australian trip, I would say, was successful. It was as successful as it could have been in the way that it was approached. Yeah, I think looking at IPS is the good thing to do. Makes sense. Anyone have monitor recommendations? Seeking is dizzying. Non-seeking is stabilizing. Seeking is heat-inducing. Non-seeking is cooling. Wow, already about 3 hours, huh? Yeah, I plan to go to Nepal. Nepal is another good place to do a retreat. And that's probably what the next 5 years will look like. Is me living here in Vietnam in whatever way, and then doing these retreats in different countries, doing a retreat in Nepal, doing a retreat in Portugal. Okay. Okay. All right. Good. Very good. No, I wouldn't expect that Shiva would join any meditation retreat that I was leading. I would not expect that. But he might, I don't know. Here we go. We did it. Look at this. Let's celebrate, everybody. Oh, Tefa Blue will be going on the Clear Mountain Monastery podcast soon.
Okay, so over the last 3 months, we've been going through due diligence, and we've been working with a wonderful firm who has like a whole team of specialists. And for the last 3 months, they've been examining the land. They've been conducting environmental assessments, geotechnical assessments, biological assessments, civil engineering assessments, all kind of assessments. And basically, to sum up a 295-page technical memorandum, like, it pretty much checks out.
Clap, you can clap today.
Which, by the way, I didn't even read through the whole thing. That would be Nicole and Peter. So they'll talk more about that a little bit. So basically, this past Monday, our wonderful board here convened and voted unanimously to go ahead with the purchase of the land.
3 big sadhus at that juncture. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
And as many of you know who've been on the website recently, the very next morning, a final donation came through that closed the funding gap. So we are now fully funded thanks to the generosity of so many people in this room,
$5 million
and on
raised.
Zoom, and around literally the whole world who have given Dana. We are now fully funded
come over, brother.
to support
nice to see
the
ya.
purchase of the land for Clear Mountain Monastery. So thank you all.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Buddhang dhammang sanghang namasami. So, today what might be one of the most important days we have in Mountain's history? Foreshadowing. And I wanted to begin by sharing an image I've shared before. Some of you may recognize it, but it's the image I would like to bring today. Is an experiment that Gene Weingarten, a famous reporter, did when they invited Joshua Bell, one of the foremost violinists in the world, after playing in the Chicago Stadium for hundreds of dollars a ticket on a $100,000 Stradivarius, to busk the next day in a subway and to see what happened. And I watched the footage again last night. It's on YouTube. And he's playing there, and you just see for an hour people walking past maybe they'll glance over and just keep on moving. And you just wish you could make them realize what they're walking right past. And it's tragic. And he seems like a ghost. And then you realize that he's the only real one and everyone else is a ghost. And then in the footage, after about 25 minutes or so, one woman stops with a grocery bag in front of him and just stands listening. And then another person stops 5 feet away, and then another and another. And you see, unbidden through this lobby of movement, a sudden architecture of faith forming where each person touched with silence and with a note that they hear in the midst of this day and the static and the neon buzz of modern life becomes a pillar or a column in some temple, which only begins to emerge as you see this image coalesce after 25 and 30 and 35 minutes, all stewarded and invoked by this song. And over these last few years, this is what we've found here. If you look around you, this is the architecture of faith we've built and touched and created in a gym. And yet, the brightness that it represents, how this for many of us is, I know, what we think about during the week, where our hearts have come to rest, what we've circled around, and what our minds and hearts circled around. And for some of us, it's a beautiful note in the week. For others, it has been perhaps what literally saved us. The Dhamma is so many things to so many people, but above all, it is a refuge, and that is what the Buddha gave us in an open hand. And people have asked, moving up to this date of final due diligence with the land, are you excited? You must be excited. And that's the wrong word. Strangely, what's come up is last weekend, a friend, someone I know, the daughter of a friend, died in perhaps one of the most tragic ways I could imagine. And her family dissolved this last week in part, and my friend was broken open as well. But what's come to mind is that what we will have built and touched and created together, if we make this monastery, will be a refuge for so many beings. When land passes into the hands of the fourfold, the Sangha of the four directions, it becomes a monastery forever. At least, with the usual caveat of impermanence. But in perpetuity. And what we'll have created is a place that will serve as a refuge and a sanctuary for countless beings and generations, not for 10 years, not for 20, but hopefully for generations, hundreds, thousands of years, who knows? Thousands might be, maybe. But this is what we hope, is that this land and this monastery will be a refuge for each of you to come to, close enough to the city where you can come in the mornings early, if you get up early enough to come for morning and evening morning chanting and meditation as the sun comes up, where you can come when the monks will go on alms round in North Bend, and one monk will stay back to answer questions and receive the meal at 9 or so, where then anyone who wants any day can come and offer the meal and share it with those they have come to care about, find a sense of quiet. Then you can stay, meditate in a temple we hope to have, which will be silent, or work in the garden. It will be a refuge where you can lay the ashes of your dead. We're hoping to have a columbarium where you can walk in the forest in quiet, where you can spend any day you have off just sitting, reading, where this can be a centerpiece for all of our lives. It will be a refuge for monastics to practice, a convergence, a place of convergence for bhikkhunis in the area, for monks. We hope to invite senior teachers. We hope eventually to have as many as 20 monks living and training there as well. And this is to say nothing of the non-human beings. At monasteries, you'll find the animals stop fearing humans. They'll come right up to you, which can be a bit intimidating with elk, I assume. As these years move on, this is what I found is the great missing puzzle piece in people's lives as the future comes, as all the unknowns manifest, to have a place you can come and find refuge, teachings. And I've seen again and again that this becomes this centerpiece around which a life can circle. And for all of you who've helped to make it happen and will continue to, we rejoice in this moment. I think few of us have a chance to touch something this beautiful in our lives, and what a gift. And if you don't live in Seattle, consider visiting us and consider moving here. There's few things more precious to orient a life around than where you can have a community of practitioners like this. For my brother Ajahn Kovelo, I'm so grateful. He brings a depth and power to this whole project. For all of you who've helped bring this together, for all those who've supported it, and for some deep currents which have somehow stewarded us into this moment together, which, if you don't know the context of Theravada Buddhism in the world, is truly historic. Bhikkhunis, bhikkhus coming together, this spark of Dhamma in the West, and something growing, which hopefully we can help steward with careful hands over these coming years and a lifetime. So, Ajahn.
So I think most of you will know, because we pretty much talk about it every week, but this tomorrow, March 22nd, is the end of our 3 months of due diligence. So we put in an offer on 2 parcels of land, and tomorrow is the date that everything has to have come together by. And we'll have some announcements about that, some news on that in just a moment. But just, lingering in this space, grounding before there might be any kind of celebration or celebratory news, grounding before we raise the roof, so to speak. But it's important, that chant that we did, to many refuges they go to mountain slopes and forest glades, but such a refuge is not secure, such a refuge is not supreme, such a refuge does not bring complete release from suffering. It's very true. There's no
Right. So Ajahn Kovilo here is saying this about the monastery that they're building. How much more can you imagine that this applies to, just a mountain nearby Isha Center, Mount Kailash. So we might want to listen closely to this again. Thank you, honey. Thank you very much. I'm going to order something to teach you a lesson about the truth. Okay? So this is these 2 monks celebrating. They raised $4 million in, over a year, over 6 months or something like that for this monastery project outside Seattle. And they're kind of talking with the community. It's all been raised and they're successful in what they're doing. So building comes next and living there comes next.
So I think most of you will know, because we pretty much talk about it every week, but this tomorrow, March 22nd, is the end of our 3 months of due diligence. So we put in an offer on 2 parcels of land, and tomorrow is the date that everything has to have come together by. And we'll have some announcements about that, some news on that in just a moment. But just, lingering in this space, grounding before there might be any kind of celebration or celebratory news, grounding before we raise the roof, so to speak. But it's important, that chant that we did, To many refuges, they go to mountain slopes and forest glades, but such a refuge is not secure. Such a refuge is not supreme. Such a refuge does not bring complete release from suffering. It's very true. You know, there's no geographic cure to suffering. If there was, we would just all live in Hawaii, basically. But here we are, and yeah, that's true. You know, we can't go anywhere else. But at the same time, you did have the Buddha in his last sermon, the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, say that as long as there are practitioners practicing in forests, so long there will be the Noble Eightfold Path and people realizing the Dhamma. The preface to most every sutta where the Buddha gives his most explicit advice on meditation, he gives this advice. We have it on page 86, the teachings on mindfulness of breathing. Here, a practitioner goes to the forest, to the foot of a tree, or to an empty hut. These things are supports. Some people, if you know one word of Thai, it might be sabai, sabai, sabai. Sabai means it's all good, it's all good. And it's a very Thai vibe, but it actually comes from the Pali sapaya, which means appropriate. And the Buddha used this word in talking about an external locality for our practice. We're looking for sapaya senasana, sapaya vihara, a place of living, a place of dwelling, a place of practice, which is sabai, which is sapaya, which is appropriate and conducive to practice. So hopefully we'll have that, and hopefully we can make that together. We can ground into that sense of refuge, and we can also, you know, raise up and feel into that spaciousness of delight, which is really, I think, an outstanding specific characteristic of Clear Mountain, is that there is that sparkle. There is that sparkle. You know, we've got a lot of groundedness, but there's also lots of glimmers in eyes, and just it's a very unique thing we got going on here. And if we put down physical roots, then that'll instantiate itself. And there are Christian monasteries in Egypt, Buddhist monasteries in China, which are 1,700 years old, and who knows how long we might dig into the earth. Two fascinating concepts in the field of realty are ad inferos and ad silam, which are when you get a piece of land, the property ownership goes downward like a reverse pyramid down to the core of the earth. Goes down to the core of the earth. So we will have a whole pyramid, an underground pyramid of power, of refuge, and we'll have up into the sky, ad silam, up to the heavens. I think actually literally we only get up to like 83 feet or so, and then like planes, you know, we can't build much higher than that. But in theory, we've got up to the heavens. So that's the delight, the spaciousness of our practice. And we bring all of that. We got it in our bodies, and we'll bring it all to the monastery, and we co-create. That's the beauty of a monastery. It's not just the monks. It's not just the lay people. We all do it together. So with that, I'll pass it back over to my friend Ajahn Nisabel.
And part of that Clear Mountain Sparkle is something. So we're going to have
So we have purchased the new monitor. We have, they're celebrating over for their $4 million meditation center project. And we're celebrating for the new monitor that we've purchased. And that is going to be we've purchased the... Honey, you have your phone? Anyone call you? I'm not sure. Maybe they call. Here. Is this Honey phone number? Yeah?
You.
Okay. So it's a big day. I mean, we're looking at going from a 17-inch monitor to a 17-inch monitor plus a 27-inch monitor. So this is going to be a big deal. Oi, honey. Come here. You need to fix honey phone. Look.
What honey call who?
I try to call myself, but it's not working.
Yeah.
It's okay. Call me. Call my number. This is my number.
Yeah.
This is my number. Okay. Call my number. Okay.
No, not honey number. My number.
05.
This is my number, not honey.
So this is your number. This is not my number. So why I just ask you if this is my number and you said yes?
This honey asked me. Honey number. Yeah. This
You go to English school.
honey asked
We need to find an English school. We need to find an English school.
Honey.
You're going to start going to English school, okay?
I read honey the honey porn, okay? Honey change the pot. I read honey porn. Yellow G. Honey.
I don't need my phone number. I just need when they call because they delivery that
Call my phone, honey.
okay. Your phone work?
What? Very good. This is China, very good.
My name in my wife's phone is Honey Love. Okay, honey. Well, so we have to be careful. They call. Wait for them to call. I've known my wife for years because she was a monk and I was a nun. So. Oh, English school working very well, huh? English school already, huh? Already English school, huh?
Yeah.
I call Miss July, okay?
Okay, honey, call Miss July. What do you need?
Honey, you need to take out because this has the wet inside. So if you buy this, need to take out and put out because the wet inside go out and make sick. You understand?
Okay. Yeah.
You understand that? You know that?
Okay, now I know.
Do you know that?
Now I know that. What time will you come, honey?
I don't know. They will call us. I told them to send very fast.
Okay. Oh,
And honey don't want to eat anything. Honey not need to eat because honey very fat.
Oh. Who talk honey pet?
I know that I'm very fat, okay?
No. Very beauty.
Fat is not about
No,
beauty.
pet very beauty. She's a beauty. What honey not pet? Very normal. Very good. Very good. Not pet.
what we're looking at here and what we're working with here is a complete restructuring of the ego identity. Complete restructuring of the ego identity. And so this is something that's not going to happen overnight. And it's going to take a large degree of willingness to sacrifice that which we are currently holding on to, whatever that may be. And you can only hold on to what's here and now. You can't hold on to anything that's in the past. If you're holding on to something in the past, you're doing that because it's here and now. So it's not really the past in that sense. It's here and now. It's present. So this is a process that we're working through. We're going through in this Sangha, in this community, with me as the leading teacher. And, this is something that's going to take place over years. Over years.
Board and land development team, come on up and share with people. Alex, please. Okay.
Test. Okay. So, as this really beautiful cake is finding purchase, I just wanted to speak a little bit about what's been going on with the land. So, over the last 3 months, we've been going through due diligence, and we've been working with a wonderful firm who has like a whole team of specialists. And for the last 3 months, they've been examining the land. They've been conducting environmental assessments, geotechnical assessments, biological assessments, civil engineering assessments, all kind of assessments. And basically, to sum up a 295-page technical memorandum, like, it pretty much checks out.
Clap, you can clap today.
Which, by the way, I didn't even read through the whole thing. That would be Nicole and Peter. So they'll talk more about that a little bit. So basically, this past Monday, our wonderful board here convened and voted unanimously to go ahead with the purchase of the land.
3 big sadhus at that juncture. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
And as many of you know who've been on the website recently, the very next morning, a final donation came through that closed the funding gap. So we are now fully funded thanks to the generosity of so many people in this room and on Zoom and around literally the whole world who have given Dana. We are now fully funded to support the purchase of the land for Clear Mountain Monastery. So thank you all.
So that's Alex, our wonderful land steward, as many of you know, and she moved across from the East Coast, at least in part to be with us and to be
100%.
100% to be with us. Okay. So just 3 sadhus for all of that. Yeah. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. We're going to be doing a lot of those today. I think we pass now to Allison.
Yes, so I'm Allison, the treasurer for Friends of Clear Mountain. And yes, we filled the funding gap. And also we have over last I checked, 3.3 million in recitations of refuge towards this aspiration. There's a lot more to be done, but we're gonna be good right now because we have land. And I'm just gonna go a little rogue if it's okay. Sorry, but it's just like really hitting me. I've been doing the daily tasks that, as a treasurer for the board and, the board, and not really realizing, like I just said it this morning, that it's just like the aspiration is now a realization. It's come into, it's been realized that we have land. And yes, you might know the story that my husband, Dave, who's not with us today, he's taking care of our dog, Lucy. Thank you, Dave. But he asked me 4.5 years ago if we could have a monk stay in our backyard for 2.5 weeks. And I'm sort of just blown away. And I don't know, that was my practice, that's when it started. And just hearing a Dhamma talk, and I'm on the board and doing, just being here with everyone, and there's land. I'm really joyful to be at this moment. It's just, it's still kind of surreal. And I'm just grateful to have a space for these 2 wonderful monastics and those who might come, and then all the lay practitioners to sit with you. I'm so looking forward to sitting in quietude in the temple, and also working in the garden where there might be a little more talking. I don't know. Okay. Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. I'm just so grateful today. So I'll pass it to, I think it's Peter Hummel. Oh, no, it's Steve. Okay, Steve.
Hi, folks. I've got a piece of paper here because my memory doesn't necessarily track everything. So in terms of the donors, I just wanted to say that there's been a team of gratitude stewards that thank donors. Kim and myself and a bunch of other amazing people have been doing this the entire time. So it's just been so heart-moving to see how important this is to people. I mean, we talk to people, we call people up, and there's like, I've talked to a lady in Sri Lanka and Nova Scotia twice, and we get emails from India and all over the place. So it's just this evolution. And what these monks have been offering, both in person and online, has just been moving the hearts of so many people around the world. So we're all part of this incredible collective. and it's just stunning how much this has meant to so many. And during the purchase process, we deeply held the value and significance that, you know, this $4.63 million was actually donations from individuals, many of whom are, you know, $5, and that's what I can do because I'm on a fixed income. You know, it's every single dollar was very precious. So during the negotiations for Forterra, I mean, and there was an attorney and just some really skilled people in terms of the actual price that we paid. I mean, we were, without being pushy, we were pushy, you know, we were, so we got a good price. We were checking on the pricing in the area. It was very, very carefully done. So I think we can all rest assured that what was being paid for this land is actually a very fair price. And there's also very good relations with the sellers. So it's just been, you know, increasingly good vibes. And by the way, I will say that Forterra and Mall Foster, both commercial, especially Mall Foster is a commercial company, their hearts were warmed over the process of especially working with the monastics, but the whole thing, they really kind of got on board energetically. It's just been wonderful to watch this happen. So just a few other things I wanted to say. I've had a privilege to be on pilgrimage in places in Asia a number of times, sacred places. And it gives you some perspective, you know, because any sacred place you go, that was created by people at a point in time, and then it came to have significance. And this is one of those. You know, the turning of the wheel, the Dharma in the West is really important. When you get to Asia and like in Japan, find out how dried out the Dharma is there, except for in tiny little areas where people are super materialistic in general. What's happening here and the way the Dharma is pivoting into the West is not just like, oh, it's really over there and we're afterthoughts. No, this is really important, and what's happening with the Clear Mountain is really important historically. So I'm convinced that a century from now, this will be looked at as a big pivot point. And so, you know, we're creating history, and when all of us are gone, like as in dead, this will be continuing. You know, this is going to be continuing, and no one will remember, how did this get started? Doesn't matter. This will be continuing and benefiting people for generations and generations. So it's just immensely important. And you know, here at a time of strife in the world, and that's another thing we hear from the donors, is how this is a place of light and love they want to give.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, how are you doing, brother?
Hold on, I gotta turn the stream off. Hold on.
Okay.
I didn't expect this. Hold on, let me turn the stream off.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Come on, turn off. There we go. Now, where's the phone call? Okay, I got you. Let's do some video.
Yeah, please.
It's gonna be dark. It's the middle of the night. How are you, Dr. Rob? You look so good, man.
I'm doing quite well. I am. I'm doing quite well. I feel well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just feeling well.
I can't believe we're having a phone call between America and Vietnam. What a world we live in. This is crazy. Hello to everybody on Dr. Rob's show. Thanks for watching the show. Make sure to donate.
Yeah, thank you. So what's the news over at the Hermitage? What I saw something about you getting a driveway. You want to make a driveway or something?
Yeah, well, we did a show tonight, much earlier tonight, 6 to 8 p.m., actually 6 to 9. We ran quite long tonight. But we had Venerable Tarpa from the SBT online community. He has his own tradition that he started with the blessing of the Dalai Lama called Secular Buddhism Tradition. And he was one of the monks who answered the call to join the Walk for Peace at the very end in DC. He put out a call out to try to get everybody to come sort of join them in DC. And he was one of the monks. He's a friend of mine. And he's one of the monks who answered the call. So we had him on the show tonight. We did a long interview with him to talk about the Walk for Peace and his participation in it. And then we also aired a video that was a walking tour of the Hermitage. And I showed people how, we want to put in basically a driveway. And so we have a spring appeal, and you can find it pretty easy. The URL is pretty easy. It's fundraiser.com/spring appeal.
So what inspired you so much about the Walk for Peace? Because it seemed like it was really something that got you deeply involved. So what did you feel about that, or what did you feel that was happening through that? For people who don't know, the Walk for Peace was, if you're in America, you probably heard about it, but it was a group of monks, I believe mainly Vietnamese monks, and they walked for like months, endlessly.
111 days was the total from the beginning until the stage on the Lincoln Memorial, which was the end officially. And we actually heard Venerable Panakara's speech that he gave on the Lincoln Memorial. And they went 2,300 miles. And I'm writing a book about this. It will be released June 1st, and it's called Robes of Saffron, Hearts of Gold. And we're going to tell the story, not so much their story, they can only tell their story, but we're going to tell sort of the story of America and how that affected us as Buddhists, as American Buddhists, and how it affected me to cover the story. I covered it relentlessly from before Christmas, several weeks before Christmas, until the end and we covered it every week relentlessly, hours and hours every week of content devoted to the Walk for Peace. I think mostly because I felt this was a couple of things. It was historic in the sense that it's the first time in America that Buddhists, the fourth largest religion, have taken the stage, and the entire national stage.
No, the leader is Vietnamese. The leader is not Cambodian.
No, he's Vietnamese. I didn't say he was Cambodian. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I definitely know he's Vietnamese.
No, someone else here. They were saying that.
Oh, yeah. No,
but what's your practice now? Do you work with a teacher, or do you do the Tibetan practices, or what do you do over there as your spiritual at the at the Hermitage?
So right now I'm practicing as a solitary. I don't really have a permanent sort of full-time teacher. I have several teachers like Lama Choga and Venerable Tarpa who I work with, and even you. To be honest with you, I would sort of consider you a teacher, and I certainly got a lot out of the stream that we did earlier this morning. I thought that was an amazing live stream, some really incredible content on your part. So I'm sort of scattershot right now with that. I'm not really lit on a particular teacher. I am a Vajrayana Buddhist, and I practice in solitary. And I wrote a book about how to do that. It's called Vajra Cave. You can search it up on either Amazon or I prefer Barnes & Noble.
We came across somebody recently that was brought to the attention of our Sangha that is a Tibetan monk, and I'm curious if you ever heard of this guy, because I've been very, very impressed by his teachings and his way of carrying himself. Khenpo Sharab Sangpo. Have you ever heard of him?
I have not. Can you play some video? I'm gonna stick with your stream as long as I get electricity.
Yeah.
Can you do some of the video?
I will. Yeah, we've been listening. We've been watching him a little bit, and it's been very helpful. But I'll send you the link to that his video as well.
Yeah, and play some. I'm gonna stick with you tonight. So play some as soon as you can.
When did you start? When did you start with your
I-
spiritual, like coming towards Buddhism and?
It's an interesting story. I was, for most of my adult life, in a devout Roman Catholic and also Orthodox Christian. And I was very, very devout. I prayed constantly. I did all the sort of proper practices of that religion. And what's interesting is I did not lose faith in that. My conversion wasn't that sort of a conversion. What happened is I went to college and I studied comparative religion. And what that did is it opened my mind to two things: Buddhism in general, and also the contemplative history of Catholicism. We have several leaders and priests in Catholicism who have
like Thomas Merton.
Yeah, Thomas Merton was the key one for me to my conversion, because he taught direct Buddhist meditation and he got away with it. He got away with it in the Catholic Church and they let him do it. And so I tried it out. I said that couldn't hurt my mental stability.
Can you go get,
and so I tried it out. And here I am. You try to picture this. I'm in college. I'm in my 30s. I'm studying comparative religion. And I'm exposed to Thomas Merton and Buddhism. So what happened basically is I didn't lose faith in Catholicism, but Tibetan Buddhism, Vajrayana Buddhism in particular, began offering me better answers to two questions. One, the question of suffering. Why does the world suck so bad? And two, and it's particularly important to me now, I'm 61 years old, but the answer of death. What happens after you die? And so I wanted answers to those questions. That's why I was involved in religion to begin with. And I just discovered that Vajrayana Buddhism offered better answers to those key questions.
Yeah. I came from it from a different way, because I grew up Christian, going to like private Christian school at different periods of my life. And my grandmother, she's very Christian, but the family instability that we had growing up, because my parents were divorced, it just meant that I wasn't really able to latch. That I never really had anything to latch onto. And so I went from being Christian to then being, kind of an atheist. And I would be arguing with like Christian people online, and debating with them and being in those kinds of environments. That didn't really lead anywhere. And then it was that my suffering was so deep, my anxiety, my depression, the instability of my mind, that something in me was saying, look, you need to get out of this. You need to find a way out of this suffering. And I tried some of the SSRI medications. I kind of came across Alan Watts. I tried some different psychedelics. But when I found Buddhism, which first I heard about Buddhism, I don't know if you know Brad Warner, but he wrote a book like Hardcore Zen.
Yeah.
So I learned about it, and there was like Eckhart Tolle and Buddhism and Alan Watts. But it was when I actually practiced Buddhism seriously, when I went to live at a Zen meditation center when I was 20, that it gave me this overlaying grounding to my life. And I was able to live more successfully because of that, because I wasn't suffering so much. And then at a certain point, I was living in Seattle, and I had a great job, good place to live, smoking a lot of weed, all that kind of stuff. And it was very successful. I had a great car, nice relationship. And then something came up in me, and I think it was probably in relationship to taking some LSD with a friend, but it wasn't like, it wasn't direct thing. It wasn't like directly that, and someone came up to me and said, this job, this place where I live, all these things that I'm doing are actually not in line with my freedom. So that's what led me to renounce and give up the life that I was living. And at first trying to do that on my own, like visiting temples and trying to practice living out of my car and being like a homeless spiritual person was the idea. But
Well, that's what we did. We did that for 3 years. In fact, I documented it on my own channel. If anybody wants to follow me on YouTube, you can go back into some of the older videos where for 3 years, me and the boys, my 2 dogs, I had 2 at the time, lived out of a little wagon. We had this little wagon that we pulled around the Bay Area, and it had a little camping kit on it, a little cute little basket where my Chihuahua rode, because you couldn't really walk, you couldn't do the walking around. And we lived that way as basically an itinerant yogi, I guess you'd call it, for lack of a better term, a wandering hermit. And we lived the homeless lifestyle for quite some time. And where we got the inspiration for the Dharma Wheel Hermitage is basically when I tried to go on retreat, everything was paywall. Like all the great retreat centers on the West Coast, they charge like huge money, like $75, $100 a day to go stay there and meditate. And I was like, well, that's really a bummer. Where's a renounced yogi supposed to go? Like, we don't have that kind of money. And so I began to get the inspiration for the Dharma Wheel Hermitage, which will be a micro retreat center, but it will be no charge. People will be able to come here without the concern of money, without the concern of overweening rules, like rules against content creation, rules against dogs. We won't have those kind of rules. We'll be open to people coming here and living, being normal and having their life. Random Medicine Buddha charges $100 a day, and they're down in Santa Cruz. They're a very famous retreat center, and they got a pool and spa, and they get hotel quality rooms. If that's your bag, then you need to renounce more. You need to be donating more money to Dr. Rob and the Dharma Bum here, because you've got way too much money. If you can afford, my feeling is, if you can afford to stay in a place like that, you've got too much money. You need to give some of it away.
I'm always saying that to people. I'm always saying, you got way too much. You'd be better off putting a couple bucks in my pocket than just keeping all that money. What are you doing with all that money,
Right, and you're there to meditate, right? And when I called them up, here's the deal. I called up Random Medicine Buddha. I said, hey, we want to do a Dharma Bum retreat. We just want to be able to tent in the redwoods and pray in the prayer hall, and we'll leave you alone. We'll cook our own food. We'll just don't charge us $100 a night per person. And they're like, nope. And, just like that, just nope. And so, that kind of experience inspired me, because to build a hermitage for people like myself and anybody, especially content creators and just people with dogs and people with unusual circumstances or in poverty, can come here and find a place to retreat. That we'll have a little prayer hall. It won't be big, but it'll be a little shrine hall. And we'll have, the basic amenities. You'll have a hole in the ground where you take a shit, and you can camp anywhere on the property. Bring a tent, right? And so I feel like something like that is absolutely vital here in America, because in Asia, guys, and probably in Vietnam where Rob is, there's all kinds of these little niche hermitages and little places. Like some of them are even abandoned. You can sort of move in and start taking care of the hermitage, and nobody will bother you, right? So there's all these kind of places where because the yogi, the wandering itinerant yogi tradition is honored there in Asia.
Well, this is why I really want you and Seattle to connect. You know, Seattle is back in America right now. Actually, I can send over his schedule,
Consider
the
us
places,
connected. Dr. Rob,
but he's
Dr.
really,
Rob,
I mean, he's really full on about exactly this kind of stuff and giving a place for those people. I mean, that's entirely
well, I'm gonna
what
say
he's
this to Dr.
doing.
Rob and also to Dr. Rob's audience, guys. I listen to everything Dr. Rob says, and so should you. One of the things is I'm 61 years old. I've been a Buddhist for 15 years, and I consider Dr. Rob to be more advanced on the path than I am. And that's the bottom line. I listen to him. I listen to every word he says. Dr. Rob, consider me and this man and this mom already connected. I'll get with you after the show, and we'll get with you on WhatsApp, and we'll make the details work. But I think people need to take Dr. Rob more seriously, not less seriously. And you need to think about. Here's my advice to Dr. Rob's audience, especially anybody who's maybe on the fence a little bit. You need to understand this business. When you're supporting Dharma work with content creation, it's an unusual situation. And you may have to make sacrifices. You may have to, for instance, do things that maybe aren't 100% pleasing to every soul on the planet. But they're things that you need to do in order to fight the algorithms. Because think about this, guys. Dharma content is the exact 180-degree opposite of what the algorithms reward. This is content about peace, love, compassion, kindness, and the algorithms reward violence, hatred, division, anything controversial or angry. So you're fighting, you're like a fish already going upstream when you're a Dharma creator, content creator in the Dharma space. And that's what Dr. Rob is. So when you see Dr. Rob perhaps, being performative, as I like to call it, on his live stream, he's doing that to build the channel bigger. He's doing that to get more people involved, and that is to the benefit of all of the students, all of the people who listen to him and follow his teachings and follow his content. And you can, as I said this morning in his live stream, you can always vote with your wallet. If you see Dr. Rob doing, like he did this morning, the most beautiful reading on live stream, I was literally captivated and carried away by the stream. And he had nobody. He had like no viewers, hardly any viewers. And so I donated. I donated a couple of bucks that I actually really didn't have, but I gave it because I wanted to prove to people, show to people, this is how, if you like the content that he's doing with the Dharma and the readings and the guided meditations, you got to vote with your wallet, because otherwise the faith paint's going to come out, because he's got bills to pay like we all do. And I do the same thing, guys. I make the same conscious sacrifices myself as a content creator, where, I'll give you an example. I give away prizes on my live stream. We give away free Dharma swag. I call it, like we got mailers and we got little prayer flags and stuff like that. And that's a holdover from my game streaming days, right? And that's pretty outrageous. That's pretty ridiculous. But it's what smaller streamers like me and him have to do. Those are the kinds of things that we have to do in order to keep the channel going, keep food in our belly, and keep giving you guys the Dharma and the teachings. So I love Dr. Rob. I know his real hardcore viewers really love him too. And I just encourage everyone else to look at it through a new lens, because what I see when I look at Dr. Rob is a good man. That's first and foremost. He's a good man. And there's no doubt in my mind about that. There's not a shred of guile in Dr. Rob. So what you see on the stream is performative. It's for the audience. It's to bring in the audience and to keep his thing going. And so, yeah.
Thank you so much, brother, and send a lot of love and good wishes for you and the dogs and the Hermitage, and I hope you're really enjoying the land out there. That's I don't know if you were there for the stream with it's a friend of the show, Wally B. But Wally B's this kind of Dharma bum in his own right, who's spent a lot of time working with the Aboriginal elders in Australia. And he's out in the middle of the outback, in the middle of nowhere, and he doesn't have much background or experience with Dhamma, with Dharma. In that way, in the Buddhist way, but he's very connected to the land and the ancestors, and it makes the teachings very accessible to him. So I just want to send that wish and that hope that you really enjoy that kind of that emptiness out there where you are, because there's not anything around, right?
Nothing. There's no bars. There's no electricity. We go sometimes a week before we even see somebody drive by on the road down below the property. Me and the boys have lived outdoors now for 4 years, and before even coming to the Hermitage. And I'll have to tell you, I recommend it to anybody. I recommend the homeless life to anybody, and so did Buddha in the scriptures. And there's a reason why. You connect with so much that you never even think about, like the changing of the seasons become so visceral. They have so much texture to the seasonal changes. You become connected to the plants and the animals and the fauna around you, and it changes you. It alters you. Anybody out there who's thinking, hey, I might go homeless someday, I might become like a wandering hermit, then really do it. I say don't hesitate, don't be scared. You can live without all the stuff. You can live without your fancy job and your car and all of it. And this is where it's at, guys. Renunciation is the final stage. You can meditate until the cows come home, but until you begin giving up some of the stuff, the endless stuff that we collect here in the West, you're not going to make serious progress. You're certainly not going to find enlightenment while living a middle class lifestyle. So, yeah, we definitely are. I would say we are 100% in touch with this land, and this land has magic to it. We chose the right property. I've had many supernatural experiences up here, and I don't ever talk about that. Not on my live streams. I won't. You won't ever hear me talk. I don't believe you should talk about stuff like that, but we've had quite a few very unusual and very incredible experiences up here on the Hermitage since I've been here. So I recommend this lifestyle to absolutely anybody. This is where you will find yourself. This is where you will find the world. This is where you find the earth, and this is where you find peace.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Asmiel. And I wish you well, and I wish you great success in your journey and in your projects and in your work. And I definitely feel that in the future, you can connect with Sayadaw more. And I'm sure he would love to spend time there and to bring his group and visit the land and the property out there. So and I think this is what it's all about, right? Like finding the ways that, not how we can make other people meditate, because I see how just problematic that is, to be trying to make other people meditate, and then you put on this show, these advertisements, these presentations of why it's good for people to meditate, and then they're convinced about that, and then you kind of say, okay, now I'm gonna manipulate you, and it's like meditation has to come from this place of renunciation or freedom, being free from all these things that you're involved with.
So many lamas now and so many online teachers, especially in the Vajrayana space right now, are all about the meditation, and it's literally all you hear from them. What about a Buddhism 101 class where you talk about the turning of the wheel of Dharma and the Eightfold Path and the Four Noble Truths? You don't hear any of these people talking about it. They're ready to sell you empowerments for tantric practices that you can't even begin to understand. All right, sorry about that. Everybody's okay. There were no injuries involved in that barking. But so and you know, without the rest of the package, meditation is just a feel good placebo. You'd be probably better off to go get antipsychotics if that's what you're doing it for mental illness or whatever. It's not that that doesn't help, but there's so much more that goes along with the package. Meditation is a key. It's a key component of it, but you know, everything, right speech, right living, you know, living in a skillful manner, and also renouncing as much as you can, getting rid of as much of your stuff and all of this extra stuff. And in my book, I talk about this where, you know, it doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing. You don't have to quit your job. Maybe just sell that fancy car that you got and get something cheaper. That can be a form of renunciation. Renunciation can start anywhere with anything in your life. Start with your really bad habits. You know, Dr. Rob needs to renounce smoking. And I know that because he knows that, right? So you start simple in your life, right? And you start with the little things, and then you work your way outward to the bigger things, and you'll never run out of things you can renounce in your life, especially if you're living a working style lifestyle or a middle class lifestyle. You'll never run out of stuff to renounce, but you have to begin somewhere, and you have to. That is a big part of finding freedom, as Dr. Rob likes to put it, finding liberation. Has to begin with more than just sitting. Sitting's important. There's no doubt about it, but there's so much more to it than that. Study Buddhism, study the scriptures, study academically even. There are some great free courses online that you can take from all different places like Columbia University, all different kind of. I'm signed up now for like 8 of them, and I'm taking all these wonderful academic courses on Buddhism, but I'm doing it online on my phone. So there's more to it than just sitting. And if you think that you're going to find enlightenment or even cure all your ills by simply meditating, then you're meditating in vain.
Like 100%.
Here you can go to dharmawheelhermitage.org and everything's there. Some great resources for Buddhists. If you're a beginning Buddhist, you can hit the resource link and get all kind of free, always free stuff, but free Buddhist resources for beginners mostly.
Okay, brother, please take care and enjoy, and talk to you soon.
Yeah, we will. Thank you. And I'll get up with you about meeting the monk right after, as soon as I hang up.
Okay. Bye. Wow. So how's everything going, Colin? How's work and?
Yeah, just looking up that website.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. Works all good.
So you're working with the children basically every day, or 5 days a week.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the best part of my life is working with the kids.
The richest wealth, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's the best. It's when I feel the best. Yeah. Yeah. So then do that, and then a lot of the other times it's a little more of a struggle with, you know, the bad habits, and, you know, everything else when my time isn't occupied with giving to the kids, and it's just me. That's when I'm in trouble. So.
And I see a little bit less of that now in from my practice, but that's still really there. That's why I get, even if I get worked up or I get angry or make mistakes, there's still like that access to generosity and being in a space where I'm on the stage to help.
Yeah.
It lets me let go of all the other things in my life that are just about me and my coping mechanisms and things like that.
Yeah. That was advice my mom gave me a long time ago. Was I used to be very totally sad and useless and in my head, you know. And she said, you know, the best thing you can do is try to help other people to get out of your own way,
Yeah.
and just be of service somewhere. So it's a job, and I still get paid, but there is like real giving and good stuff in the teaching, as much as I can try to bring to it. Yeah. And the kids are great. You know?
Yeah.
They're just so much joy working with them. So yeah.
It's crazy how you can receive so much from children. I mean, they're just, they're not business people. They're not philosophers. They're not, they're not paying your paycheck, but probably you're getting a lot more value from them than you are by the school or the organization that's paying you. A whole incomprehensibly more value.
Just the love and
the money is
goodness and
almost
the joy.
irrelevant. The
It's
money's
just-
almost a second.
It keeps the whole thing going. But
Yeah.
I've often reflected. People put this question to you sometimes, like, if money wasn't an object, like, what would you do?
Yeah.
I would probably do the same thing that I'm doing.
Yeah.
I don't, because I love being in that space with them. And it's not like a hard thing that I have to do so I can like go enjoy my life elsewhere. It's the best thing going for me. So yeah, so work's good. Work's always good.
Keeps you sober.
Yeah,
keeps
most of the time.
Keeps you watching over your mind as well, because you can see if you didn't have that responsibility, you don't need to be sober. You don't need to have a clear, fresh mind.
Yeah.
And you can see that most when you're working with other people and there to help other people. I find. Because otherwise, if I'm just doing it by myself, then I can do whatever. But once
you're
I'm
not
in
getting
front,
any feedback.
yeah,
you're
not getting the
seeing
feedback.
how you're affecting people
Yeah.
and how you're being affected.
Well, how you're being affected by yourself in being in relationship with other people and their minds that are not based on yourself. Like a mirror that you can see through. So it's like the people, the children especially, give you a mirror where you can see through yourself, and so then you can more clearly see through this self that's appearing in the mirror, that seems to appear in the mirror.
I just, yeah, I mean, there are times when I go into, I generally go into the classroom really good and really open and with a lot to give and fun and happy. And then you kind of get that back and it gets the whole environment a lot better. But that's what you really want to bring, because if you're bringing like a bunch of like stress or anger to the classroom, like you cannot, that would be like the last thing I would want to do, would be to like put it's a big responsibility.
Yeah.
I've got 30 to 40 kids in a class, and like they are there because, right, the world says they have to be there. So the least, let me not make the whole thing worse.
Yeah.
Let me try to
make it wonderful.
Try to make it, and a lot of times it is. And I'm working with I've worked with like really like even down to like 3 years old in the past. But right now I'm really in that middle school age group, so 7 to 8, and things are starting to get maybe difficult for different kids in different ways.
Right,
all the complicated stuff is starting to come up.
Well, the world starts to put more complications on them as well.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, the pressure that some of these kids feel when it's time to do like a test or something is so huge. So I just did a speaking test with all these classes a couple weeks ago, and I was, and it's such a it's such an honor to like be able to, you know, this kid's like really worried about the test, and I can interact with them before it gets serious test time, and just kind of bring us to a place of like ease and chill them out a little bit.
Hi.
Hello.
Is this Miss Shelley?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shelley, hello, Shelley.
Hello.
Hey, Shelley.
Hello, Colin.
Hey.
I'm just, I was on my roof before, so I was just gardening. But I'll stop now. So Colin, what age group do you work with?
It's grades 7 and 8 right now, so maybe 11 to 13, something like that.
Oh, 11 to 17.
11 to 13.
Oh, 13.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It's a lot of responsibility. I mean, it's almost you can't fathom. I mean, it's like
Totally
being a parent
unfathomable.
for that period of time. You might as well be that person's parent, or you know, you're responsible for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I work across the whole school, so I have a junior school, which is probably year 1 to 6, and then I don't teach all these kids. A junior school and a high school. And also, I teach them by demonstrating a lot of techniques in the arts and art and design.
Okay.
So the kids, they're not sure around the teachers because they have to perform. You know, they have to have do the schoolwork to have the high marks, to get the high marks. But then I just act as this a neutral person to come to talk to. If they can't talk to the teacher, they feel more comfortable because I'm not judging them or and I have more time for them in that way because the other teachers don't have time.
So what is the position exactly? What's it called? What's like the role?
It's I'm an art and design technician at a private school, so they don't have them at public schools here in Australia. Only at the private school do they have the technicians.
Okay. So
because
it's not,
there's a lot more,
like
when there's more money, there's more resources.
Right.
And so they need more assistance.
Right.
So I'm working with all sorts of technologies, ceramics, laser cutting, 3D printing, making objects out of recycled plastic. So I have all these skills to assist the teachers in teaching the kids. So lots of fun.
Yeah, that's nice.
Can we see your Buddha, Shelley?
Oh yeah, I'm just in the front yard.
Shelley has this wonderful Buddha in her backyard, at her home. Rainbow Buddha.
I have to mow the lawn out the back. That's what I'm doing today because it's cooler. It was really hot here before, last couple of days. And it's kind of grown over a bit. Wait a second. Where is it? There. So I have to prune this whole tree. And then the lights come on at night still because they're solar lights. So it's still there.
And you made,
It's a great robe.
Did you make the sculpt? I know you painted it and everything, Shelley, but did you make where did you get the sculpture form from?
Oh no, yeah, I bought the sculpture, and then I repainted it because the sculpture it had a red robe, so I primed it and repainted it again, and it was also a darker color. It wasn't gold. And I also made the stand that it's on there. It's still all right. So yeah. So as with a property, you have to do a lot of maintenance on things, and this house has got a lot of established trees that I have to prune and keep in check. Also, I still have a bath that you didn't get to use, Dr. Rob.
Yeah.
But I use it all the time.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And it's actually, it's got a pool cleaning hose attached to it, and it goes all the way to the garden, so I can move it around so I don't waste the water. Anyway.
Just a neutral temperature.
Yes, I have to fill the bath up in the day, and because it's so hot, it warms up.
Oh wow!
And then I get in there later in the day. Very private too.
Yeah.
I've been listening to the stream. I've just been gardening and on top of the roof. I was on top of the roof for a while, just watching everyone on the street and listening to the stream as well. So.
Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know, Shelley was a big inspiration for the Australian Dharma trip. And so Shelley hosted me and one of the followers for the retreat. What's that guy's name? It's not Adi. There's so many Adis. Aditya. Yeah, it is Adi. It is Aditya. And she hosted us at our home, and it was really wonderful environment and energy. So it was a great experience. And also provided the Starlink for the bush. Anybody who was out there in the watch the bush live streams, which definitely something to think about in the future as well, just being out in the bush and live streaming, because that's just incredible.
The Starlink is much cheaper these days as well, and if you use it under 1 month in the plan, they give you all your money back.
You got a full refund for that, isn't that right, Shelley?
Yeah.
So we can consider that a donation from, who would have thought we would have ever received a donation from Elon Musk, but what is that if not a donation? Because we really got a lot of good use out of that, and it was for free. That's a part of the program, and it wasn't fully satisfactory,
that was really good. I wasn't sure that was going to happen, but it did. So, and it was very easy as well.
Hung, you want to come and say hello to Miss Shelley, Ciale? Come and say hello. Come here. She can hop over. No, you cannot fit here. Really? Oh, okay. She come over here. Here we go. Good idea.
Hello, Sally.
Hello.
Wow, this is.
What are you cooking?
Today? Today I cooking salmon in the for the house.
For Mr. Colin
Mr.
and
Colin and
Dr. Rob.
Dr.
Yeah.
Something nice.
Yeah, something nice.
The best hope. The same my idea. The honey. The best
Outside,
hope the same
right?
outside.
Well, we found it's a shame, but when she found the meat, it was already dead. So yeah, and Shelley, you'll be coming out here to visit in Vietnam, right? In what is it? In
Yes.
August or
When you come.
June.
June?
Yes.
Wow, so we probably have a meetup, all of us together,
Yeah,
Colin
that'd be great. I'll be here
and Miss Shelley and June.
And
A couple months from now, yeah.
Yeah,
And maybe Jason will be here as well. We might have a whole situation out here at that time.
Oh, my how very funny.
Yeah. Very full.
I've been looking at train or bus ticket or bus to Da Nang or Dalat to Dalat, yes, to have a look. There are a lot of temples around in Ho Chi Minh as well that, I've got a list, but every time I have a list, I never achieve the list. It's just an option.
Well, definitely we'll go to Phuoc Son together for sure. And there's another temple that's nearby to here that has like one of the really very enlightened monk people in Vietnam. That's not too far down the road, so we can go and visit that place together as well. And there's tons of places they don't stand out because maybe the Vietnamese know about them, but there's no Western relationship there. So there's tons of places like that in Dalat and also here in Ho Chi Minh.
Yeah, I've been having a look at some of the temples. Very, very pretty temples, like pink painted temples and just really old ones. I mean, but I don't have to do that either. It's just there. It's accessible.
Yeah, I can
See
share
what
some
happens.
with you as well, Shelley.
Colin says he has
I've got
some things to share, but it's one of those things that's just about as good as doing nothing. So if you're basically doing nothing, then you can go and visit the temple. You can go and visit the meditation center. It's just as well to do nothing where you already are as to do something at the temple where you're not already at. But then you will already be there when you're there.
Because I'm not like coming there to be a usual tourist where they have a significant amount of time and I have to go here, I have to go there, I have to go there. I don't see traveling like that. I can stay in my accommodation for a couple of days and not worry about I have to go here, I have to go there. So I'm used to just relaxing as well when I go traveling. But I will be looking for some restaurants as well, like vegan restaurants. But
As it should be. And go to Sapa as well. Maybe we can go up and visit Sapa as well. But Dalat is like Sapa is like a super Dalat. So Dalat is mountainous area that's Vietnamese tourist area, but also just where in the surroundings where a lot of people live, and it's mountainous. And then Sapa is like basically connected to old Vietnam or like traditional Vietnam. So when I was talking with Wally B and he was talking about like connecting with the oldest people of the land, that's a place where you can go and connect with the oldest people of the land. And we could think about just going up there together and staying. They have all these like huts and buildings that are not like hotels, but are rural living places in the villages. So I didn't spend so much in that area, but there's definitely opportunities for that.
What's it called?
Sapa, S-A-P-A. Yeah.
Are you go to Sabah?
I will be
never
there
went before,
probably
but I
3
would like
weeks.
to.
You want to go? Very
Yeah.
good. I like the
You
mountain.
went?
Very good. I like that.
The biggest mountain in Vietnam.
Yeah.
as well.
That's a high. I think the better high in the Vietnam.
Yeah, the highest one.
Highest mountain in Vietnam, and there's a temple up there.
Oh, ASEAN.
There's a whole
Not
trip.
ASEAN.
Highest mountain in Asia, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, so maybe that's the place to go.
And also, I was going to ask if you need anything for the center, like maybe Hong, you might need some fabrics.
We
From
do.
Australia, I
If you can bring, I've been talking with
Because I
her.
have 25 kilos to bring for my luggage. I won't be taking much. So this is what Seattle does as well when he travels. He loads his bags up, and this is for giving away. So I thought I would bring some fabric over. Some nice natural linen or just tell me colors or anything like that.
Any bright colors, monastic colors, you know, then in that range, like gold, purple, dark red, burgundy, those kinds of things are fantastic. Yeah. I like to, because Hung has been making me some clothes, so that's good, that's nice and all, but I also like having that fabric that I can just put on as the cover up or the cover all, you know, like yogi clothing is also fine, you know, so you can just use a big piece of cloth for that as well.
I don't know if you're allowed to, but I still wear my, I have my nun's the skirt, and I wear it full and soft in the summer. I didn't have an opportunity to get my robes back, so I still have my robe.
Well, you can use it if you, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if you really want to put on
My
a brave
longi,
face.
yeah, my longi.
Yeah, your longi. If you really want to put on a brave face and be in the great way of non-duality, then, you know, you can wear whatever you want to wear. But you can also use that cloth to make, you know, like lay Buddhist clothing. That's something that's not so popular in Theravada Buddhism, but in the Mahayana, like there's a whole grouping of lay Buddhist clothing, like certain kinds of white clothing. And then in Tibetan, depending on like initiations or different ways of practice, even if you're not a monk, there's whole different, you know, particular outfits and things that you wear. So you can use that cloth to, you know, make a different clothing and then carry that meaning in you. That's what I like to do.
I like the Vietnamese, the women's formal yogi outfit too. I might buy an outfit when I come there.
Good idea.
Good idea.
The double layered one. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, good idea. It's just clothing, you know, but if, you know, we're not allowed to be naked, and, you know, I've had my own thoughts about that, so you got to wear something. So maybe wear something that has meaning.
So it'll be, will it be monsoon time in a couple of months? Not monsoon, but wet season.
How many? What time the rain come?
Because people are saying to me that time is very wet.
Yeah, 2 months. I think 2 months.
But I don't care.
Maybe rent income.
Yeah.
2 months. Because Vietnam rent income very early. Maybe 2 months.
2 months from now.
Right?
That sounds right to me.
Yeah.
Because I know in the Chang, it's different rainy season than the rainy season here. So I think in the Chang, June, July is the nicest.
Upright, the first upright, the start, the raining. But
April, yeah.
April.
So the roads get flooded in Ho Chi Minh.
Floods in Ho Chi Minh, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But people still get around.
Yeah, you just drive through the flood, it's okay.
Wear a big rain jacket. Yeah. And taxis, very cheap, very easy.
We buy motorbike. This is how they
That's
you
right,
should get
that's right.
You'll have to get a waterproof scooter.
A waterproof scooter? I think they're waterproof already, generally.
It was funny because Ajahn Brahm was saying, I never heard him say this, but he was saying that the monastery has 2 electric cars. They have a Tesla.
Yeah.
And they have another electric car as well. He was just mentioning how quiet they are.
Well, that's one of those things where you don't really hear a motorcycle when you're riding it. I mean, at least you might hear it, but you don't notice it. Whereas when you're like living in your house and you hear a big motorcycle go by, it's really loud noise. Like, oh, that motorcycle is disturbing me. But I've never been on a motorcycle riding it and then being disturbed by my own engine sound.
It's just white noise.
Yeah, it's just white noise or black noise or rainbow noise, whatever.
Yeah, I noticed there are not as many cars there.
Well, it's a whole wealth symbol to have a car in Vietnam, because you have to have a garage, you have to have maintenance, and originally, I was reading some about this. The people it wasn't easy to have a license to drive a car. It wasn't normal. So used to having a car meant you also had a chauffeur, somebody who could drive you around in it. So it's a very big status thing with the cars. So you see a lot of nice cars as well around here. Are you in touch much now with our dear friend Lee?
Oh, sometimes, but she's very busy. I think she's doing a course online. Not a Buddhist course, but something else.
Yeah.
I give her updates
Hmm.
of what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's still around. And our friend Erin has decided not to join Seattle.
Yeah.
He just can't get there. It's very limited to what he can do.
Well, it just takes a lot of blessings to get in connected or in the way of the Buddhist work, because immediately when you start to get into it, if it's a real Buddhist work, there's like a pointer towards not attaching, not seeking. So you have to have a deep will or a deep connection there to keep seeking in the face of being told not to seek. And that's why I think some of those Zen masters would say, if I was around during the time that the Buddha was born, I would have grabbed that little boy and fed him to the dogs, so we could have avoided this whole situation to begin with. And we were listening with Sadhguru, and how somebody was asking Sadhguru about, the Buddha said, let go of your desires. And then Sadhguru said, well, to let go of your desires would be a desire. So don't make the Buddha so stupid, right? The Buddha was wise and with it. So he wouldn't have said anything like that. He wouldn't have taught that. So it's just like rejection, right? It's like renunciation or detachment not being based in aversion or getting rid of something. Same as wisdom not being about intellectually understanding certain things. So
Yeah, because if someone really wanted to join the group in America, they would just go.
yeah.
So, yeah.
Or if somebody wants to really call, they can just call. Or if somebody wants really to come to visit here in Vietnam, they can just come and visit here in Vietnam. Or if somebody wants to really donate, they can just donate. If that's what they want to do,
Just do it.
Yeah. I liked what Colin said the other day in the live stream. He said, what'd you say? It's all just suffering in it.
Oh, dude, I was crashing out.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I
figured. I just stumbled into the YouTube. Yeah.
Just more and more suffering. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
All the way down.
Yeah. But then that teaches not to cling, because everything is
You're
suffering.
Really just seeing it for
everything,
what it is.
everything is unsatisfactory.
Yeah.
So you're not clinging, and then pain and pleasure are not to be grasped. You're just there and not to be grasped to. And then your inner engineering takes place, where you can sculpt your brain or whatever, your mind is working to make it be the way that it wants to be. But when you're so much stuck in that convulsion between desire and aversion, or fear and like this want for pleasure, your inner processes are exhausting themselves. So you can't actually, you don't have the space for that deeper work to go on.
You're just totally like just prey to this circuitry that is
cycling,
just taking you away constantly.
I've seen that recently with my meditation, where because if I'm going to sleep, I'm probably going to sleep like watching something or listening to something or doing something. But I was listening to that Thich Nhat Hanh talk that we were live streaming, and talking about I have arrived, I am home, and then me bringing that to the bed and practicing that. Actually, it's going into this space where it's not necessarily stimulating, and I'm seeing that aversion. But I'm going through these waves of like calming down and settling into being, into awareness and to presence. That's actually doing something, that's unlocking.
Yeah.
Because every day, if I'm having a dream, actually any kind of dream, but then I come into the body is suffering. The body is painful. Fundamentally, the body, even it goes up and down. It's not just bliss and freedom. So just coming into the body itself is suffering. And then how do I get out of that cycle of like, oh, I'm waking up and I'm suffering. Go to the chocolate chip cookie, go to the hookah, go to this, go to that, instead of just spending time to say, oh yeah, the body is suffering. This is suffering.
Yeah, you have to work on because it's all about the reaction to the suffering. So the default reaction to the suffering is, let me go seek something that's going to get me out of the...
And that doesn't actually work.
That just leads to more suffering.
Yeah.
And then it's all suffering. So that...
I feel a little bit at a loss at the moment. Not a loss, but because I've been so used to being like that, and now nothing really phases me as much. And I feel like I need to be phased. I feel like I need to react. but I just sit with that as well because there's no reaction. I don't feel like I'm like a robot or anything, or with no emotion or anything like that. Everything is still there, but it's just a different. It's just different. It's very subtle too. So, yeah. In my workplace, nothing really gets me angry or upset or anything like that anymore. And I can notice the change, people's attitudes towards me, and the children's attitudes as well. It's good. But I still feel like I need to be suffering right now.
Well, this is what I wanted to say. This is what I wanted to say because different teachers have different standards and different models. So if you are working with a certain teacher, they might give you an attainment. They might give you a position, and then you build an identity around that position, and then you continue to train from that position. But Sayadaw's way of doing it is kind of like a limitless standard. So he never gives you any attainment. He never gives you any position. And then you're constantly working without limit. You know, and that's how I see it as well. That's the most realistic way to do it. To give people the opportunity to develop limitlessly, not just to reach this certain point. And the certain point should only be like a practical situation, practical use. And if it's in the way of your spirituality, then the practicality is freedom from everything. It's freedom from the entire narrative of yourself and time and anything that appears. It's free from that.
And I don't consider myself to be more aware or anything like that. I'm not like some sort of matrix oracle. As a middle-aged woman sitting in my house.
Yeah, well, you have to.
But,
it's just a habit. It's just a habit of the identity belief that's already seen through. You know, and if it's not seen through, then that habit is just, it is yourself. But if that's seen through, then you can come back to the right view or the right meditation, right? So you meditate on the emptiness of that habit. You meditate on the lack of thought. You meditate on the lack of self that's so permeating. Even though that self is a habit that's perpetuating, just like the body is a habit that's perpetuating. But the body is made up of space or made up of impermanence. So your ego, yourself, is made up of so many non-ego or non-self moments. And the more that you're in line with the realization of that and the meditation on that, you know, is kind of the fruit of that meditation is the realization of that, the more open the entire situation is, the more open everything is. And then you bounce off not the ego with other people. That's why spiritual friendship is considered the holy path, but you bounce off that non-ego with other people. That's why we graduate. We graduate from being someone who's concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha to being a donor. We graduate from being a donor to being a volunteer. We graduate from being a volunteer to be a yogi. You know, and then monk and nun, dharma, meditation, skill, etc. So you still have all those other skills in your repertoire, but you're not based in that anymore because you've already exceeded that. So it's just kind of something you do for your own reasons, whatever it is.
I was listening to Lisa Khan's last night, and she said there's an exercise you do to imagine yourself without a head, which was a bit hard to do, walking around without a head, and then your body just expands into the space somehow. But I couldn't imagine myself without a head because then I'm imagining, my imagination is imagining myself walking around without a head, so it didn't really work for me.
Yeah, it's a kind of technique. It's called the headless way. There's a guy who pioneered this, like Kieran. Kieran's a big fan of the headless way, and like it's also in the school of self inquiry. So like you're questioning yourself. But if you're, I think that's more for people who are from a like an equal or a positive mindset, rather than people that are more from an equal to a negative mindset. Because when you're from an equal to a negative mindset, there's not really any interest in dealing with your thoughts or taking your thoughts more seriously or working with your thoughts. You just want to get rid of them. And so Asian people tend to be more from a place of evenness rather than from positivity. And that evenness allows for a lot of positivity. Westerners tend to be I kind of have a disconnection from evenness and a more strong connection with the negativity. So I think maybe some Westerners connect with the self-inquiry and working with thoughts and contemplatively questioning thoughts and investigating them that way. But mostly I see myself, I'd just rather get rid of thoughts. I'd rather learn about some thoughts or hear about some thoughts that just elucidate themselves in dissolving or the irrelevance of those thoughts. And these kinds of systems, the headless way and these certain non-duality schools are kind of feeding thoughts to get you to believe in thoughts that end your thoughts. But the real way of doing that is like the Rambodhi Dharma. It's like Lumpal. He gives thoughts that are self-purifying. So that's why he's so difficult to listen to, because it's just destroying itself. Maybe that's not the best way to say it, but purifies itself. Go away.
Bye-bye.
Come on, thank you, Hung.
Okay, see you, son.
Yeah, I was actually on Mark's stream last night for a little while there.
Yeah, Mommy's stream.
Mm.
Formerly Alien. I find myself, I feel like I'm almost priming myself. My practice is almost like priming myself to change a whole lot. Because like how I'm doing this teaching and spiritual practice and sharing all of that, it's so much isolated from others, from other people. In like this kind of experience, like Colin's here, Shelley's here,
Yeah.
And so there's so much in what I like have to do that's totally disconnected from what everyone else is doing and where they're at, that I feel like when more like this situation coming up, there's so much release of myself that's possible for where other people are filling in that space. Because I don't really know myself as a teacher, as a leader, as a spiritual friend outside of doing like this, so it feels really good to have this kind of dynamic going on. And
Yeah, not just words on the screen.
yeah,
you get feedback.
well, you get feedback, but also there's a dissemination of authority that's going on. So when I'm just like live streaming and teaching, like I can't give anyone else authority because nobody else is here. And then, okay, now I'll try to put everybody in a Zoom meeting. But when we're actually just here spending time and sharing together, it's not just about me and my authority and everybody's looking at that.
Yeah.
But actually there's a situation going on that is totally not about me, because it doesn't matter how much you like me or you think I'm a good teacher or whatever. You're not about me. you know, or how much I'm caring about, I want to help you. I'm not about you, and yet we're together in the space, sharing.
It just disperses the thing. It becomes a collaboration, and it can all kind of help.
Yeah. This opportunity has connected to me with other live stream groups, not live stream, but other groups online, like more mature age groups, you know, my age appropriate. I don't know, but has given me benefit, like with Venerable Ponyan Sunim. I still connect with them, and I'm going to do another study course, and the next one will be just about the Buddha's life. So we had an introduction to Buddhism, and now we'll be doing the course on his whole life through 20 weeks online. But that's not till September. But then I still still practice with them sometimes, doing the 108 prostrations, which is pretty hardcore because you got to get up at 4:30 in the morning so you can be together with other people in the world. I don't do it every morning, but I do it when I want to do it. It's not like I have to be there, but it's a good practice to see what everyone else is doing in the world as well.
Well, you have to come back more and more to the transcendental and instantaneous positionlessness. You know, you have to see the fault of the ego in grasping onto these convincing appearances. So you're constantly saying, well, wait a minute, no thanks. So it's almost like your mind is constantly giving, or your thoughts are constantly giving presents or gifts or offerings to your awareness. And your awareness is kind of condoning or accepting or rejecting all these different offerings that are habitually coming about. Actually, it's not from your mind. It's not from you at all. It's just coming about. And so more and more, you're kind of freeing yourself from either accepting or rejecting those gifts. We have to restart it. If you want to do it, you can.
How is it?
So in the bottom drawer over there, you'll find coals. So you need a bag of coals. Yeah, the bottom drawer right there in a bag.
And also thinking, well, this is like the physical body, and that's all it is, a 3-year-old woman, and I haven't separated myself from that.
Well, you have to watch out for the Western paradigm about this. You have to watch out for the Western paradigm because, in the West, people are getting sick and people are, 40 years old, 50 years old, and they need to retire even though they can't. Your life as a businesswoman or what have you, it's just, it doesn't really apply to the path of spirituality. In terms of the path of spirituality, you're 25 years old, you're raring to go. There's not really that much of a difference. And that kind of giving yourself the space for that youthfulness is really important, especially because you're at a certain point in your spiritual journey. So it's almost like you want to accept more problems and barriers and difficulties. You want to be willing to use this period of your life where you still have a lot of energy to actually be in this challenging modality, to go through this challenging time. And then, on the other side, it's really relaxed and rested and more free and abundant. But you already have that as well.
Yeah. And there's Samantha talked about how do you be, do I want to be,
Have to empty this out
do I
because this is
want
an
to be
old one. Yeah, just
a 91
your hands will get dirty.
How he was saying, well, your old grumpy old man, or do I want to be someone who is in wisdom and 91? And he says that you haven't got much choice of what you want to be.
Yeah. So for him, that's being on the other side, right? The choicelessness of being free. You can't. It's not controlling it. It's not controlling it, and you have to pay. You have to use that to pay. It's not about controlling it and like, okay, I want to make myself be a wise person, or I want to make myself be a compassionate person, but living and practicing in the way that creates that situation and makes it so.
I kind of like the thought of being a grumpy old woman with like get around at people. I kind of and yelling at people at that age.
Well, that's your attachment then, isn't it?
Yes. I was trying to look at the timetable of Seattle to see whether it would be near Vietnam somewhere in a couple of months.
Malaysia in June. Okay, Shelley, I let you get back to your wonderful work.
Okay, thank you for calling.
Okay, bye-bye.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, everybody, we're going to turn off the live stream here because we've got the new monitor showing up, so that we're going to have to rework entirely the battle station, and we'll share that. We'll live stream that on the vertical live stream. Okay, so I thank you all for being here for our 5-hour morning session, and hope to see you again soon. And take care, and be happy, and be wealthy, and be free from suffering as much as you can. I hope. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.